back to the comedy routine for a second. See, some people, they ask God, why? Why? But you should be cautious about doing that, because what if he decides to tell you and the answer goes along the lines of something like, you messed up somewhere, perhaps back in your previous lives, you messed up somehow. That's why you ended up in samsara. How about that one? Do you want to listen to that? Do you want to believe that? What are the overinflated egotists of neo-barbarianism going to do with that answer? They going to accept it or reject it? Someone wrote in, please say some Pali words again. Every time I hear those words, I know I'm going to have good luck that day. Thank you. Yeah, well, I feel the same way. That is, see, some people are, Latin, hocus pocus. That's magical. But Pali's the real thing. Just think what type of circuitous route the words I'm going to say took under some of the worst conditions samsara has ever produced. Coming directly into your earbuds. And those words would be Sila, Samadhi, Panya. See? Right there. See? People stop in the jungle. Whew, stop. Whoa. What? That's right. Sila, Samadhi, Panya. So, you need to think of them like trigonometry, 3 points. They belong together. You can't have any of the other two without the other one. And the one that Patujanas really have a problem with is Sila, which is number one. See, look, I didn't come up with that sequence. See, it's 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. You don't get to B, C without A. You don't get to 2 and 3 without 1. But Patujanas hate Sila today. They do. And all hybrid war operators and distributed networks hate it too. But Sila, so we're going to break it down simple. The basis of it is the 5 precepts. But there's much more to it than that. And it is, let's say, a set of principles that limits your behavior. It puts limits on behavior, moral limits. See, then we bring the word morality into it. People start going crazy. But essentially, that's what morality is supposed to be. Limiting behavior that will lead to preconditions that will allow for samadhi to take place, which is a mind that is not filled with, for example, rage. Rage can come from different places, but oftentimes it has to do perhaps with immoral behavior. For example, I knocked over the liquor store, I got arrested, and now I'm in prison, and I am out of my mind angry about that. And every day I'm confronted with the causality of my actions, and I just have very little opportunity to experience samadhi because of that. And because I'm not experiencing samadhi, I'm not getting the panya. Now, the panya is really the wisdom. See, it's the fruit of the process. See, sometimes you have to see, and samadhi is not thinking. about things. It's also not really contemplation. It's sort of a free association, an unencumbered free association kind of state of mind that can only come into being if we are not being bombarded by the causality of unskillful behavior. Such as, oh, I ran through the town, knocked up 3 women, and now I got all these kids, and I got no samadhi, and I've got no panya. Okay? So when should you start with sila? Ideally, as soon as you can talk, and as soon as you're semi-autonomous as a child, a young child, you should become acquainted. And oftentimes they do. We acquaint children with moral codes of behavior, but it has to be an internally generated system, and one that you also see the benefits of. See, hateful, flipped, envious geopolitical actors of all kinds did not like a moral, intact, consistent kind of Western civilization. It gave them no area to attack or exploit. If people aren't greedy, people who want to bribe politicians, for example, to sell out their people, that doesn't happen. So, in Asia Minor, where these games have been played out for thousands of years now, it usually was a breakdown in morality of some individual or another that they could then exploit if these people were in a position of responsibility that led to social breakdown. So as below, so above, as above, so below, of which these predatory kinds of actors then exploited that. So, for example, and you'll find this in army textbooks or whatever, demoralization is a war measure, and also subversion is a war measure. But if you think outside of geopolitics of today and think of Mara as your opponent, then it's Mara that's going to send thoughts into your mind or make things appear to be less important or more important, that's going to trick you. Or people influenced by the Mara mind. Hey, I just want to sell pills. I don't care if people die. I get the money. That's Mara mind. Right? The money seems better to the person committing the immoral act, but scientific causality speaks against practices like that because, what happened? Knock, knock, knock. Somebody opened the door. Somebody blows that guy away with a sawed-off shotgun whose daughter was poisoned by said pill, something like that. So he was just counting his stack of money, but his life was cut short by a form of causality that moral people would have been afraid enough not to even get close to a venture like that. But Patujanus will. And they do it by pretending that sila is either a hindrance or misguided when it's not. It's the foundation for samadhi, which is the engine that produces panya, wisdom. So we live in a realm of changing forms and conditions, and you need samadhi to figure out what is the wise thing to do or not to do. See, Samadhi will give you things like patience. So a patujana would react immediately and unskillfully to different changing forms and conditions, but somebody with samadhi won't. They have the ability to be patient. Say, well, this is a terrible thing, at least it appears to be right now, but I don't have to react to it. Let's see how this plays out. That kind of thing, right? Om Mani Padme Hum opens up within the engine of samadhi, and you've got tools that the patujana doesn't have. And patujas will show up and say, well, why didn't you react the normal, common, vulgar way? Wah, 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 wah. You're this, you're that. Like I said, I recently had some muscle-bound dude tell me compassion was weak. But see, samadhi, somebody that has samadhi knows that it isn't, i.e. is wise, whereas the patujana is not. It feels good not having any compassion, right? And just doing what you want, but that comes back to bite you when you have none for yourself, especially after you get yourself knocked out. So, Sila, Samadhi, Panya. Those are the three Pali words. And again, Sila, I think a lot has been lost as far as skill goes in that regard. Many modern, moronic, neo-barbarians have been told, well, those were just, that's nothing. Everybody has a different sila, wah, wah. It's not important. It's a party crasher. It's a wet blanket. Wah, 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 wah. But it really isn't. If you live, and I recommend young people to get on the moral path and stay on it and refine it, and maybe even double, triple, quadruple your sila so that it doesn't feel bad to you, and that you might be in groups that see the benefit, long-term benefits, like through the bardos kind of benefits of it, instead of people questioning it in a cynical, worldly way. Snide people with, smirks and fingers pointing kind of people, because you might be in groups of people like that. Public education is a disaster at this point. But see, monasteries, which were the original incubators of education, they already had sila as a prerequisite. You had to be a moral person to be in a monastery or stay there. At least that was the assumption. And if it came out that you weren't that, you got thrown out. And the monasteries have walls like castles. And the people at the gates, they were not tricked out, dazed out, looking at their phones 24/7 kind of people. They were wise to the ways of the world. And not everyone gained access that wanted to get in. Like, oh no, I'm this important person, blah, blah, blah. I have this plan, that plan. They said, just leave what you brought at the door and come back maybe tomorrow or in 3 days and we can discuss it again. That's the kind of ice bucket cold reception they got. Also, people wanting to join, they said, man, don't need no new members. And some people, they stayed outside overnight for days on end to prove their sincerity kind of thing. They didn't let any old person in with a story or a claim. because they knew what the wide world and the wide ways of the world were like. Those people at the gates, at least some of them. Now the people inside, guess what? They were doing something else. That was not their specialty. They were within a state of sila, so stupid problems were kept to a minimum, because essentially that's what you get when you don't have sila. You return to a state of barbarism, which is my term, neo-barbarism. Wow. When will I get a claim and when will that be attributed to me? When will the people start applauding? Ah, yes, there he is. The man. He's so awesome. No, it's either not going to happen, or if it does, it will most likely be combined with derision. Oh, that's the man who decided we're all barbarians. He thinks he's something better. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, 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 wah. Back in the realm of subnormalcy, aren't we? See, but here's the point. It's not about finger wagging to other people. Oh, you're an immoral boob kind of snobbery. It's not. It is simply an instruction. Like, hey, this is optional, but speaking from someone who has tried out the alternative inferior version, I can attest that a rock solid samadhi is way better for you, whoever you might be, than the opposite. Or, most of the time, but not all of the time kind of practice, because what kind of practice would that be? It's like a non-practicing practice. We have religions today. What are they for? We don't know. Do they produce moral people? Nah, not really. But isn't that what they're supposed to know? I'm a truck factory, but these trucks they break down and on the slightest uphill incline, or it's ridiculous. No, the trucks out of a Sila truck factory that's for real, those trucks, you could do a rally through the Baja Desert with at high speed and hundreds of miles, and the axle could be broken, it still shows up, blows past whatever other car that was supposed to do it. How about this? Don't even have to be at a high rate of speed. It just goes 40 miles an hour, but consistently those other fast cars, they get left in the ditches. The dune buggies, they go tumbling down some crevasse or another, never seen again. The first couple of days they looked like they were going to take it, but they got taken out. Whereas that consistent 40 miles an hour, no surprises. And then the amount of material that thing can transport, the weight, it delivers all those care packages on time in less adverse conditions consistently. And the driver, he's comfortable. He's not off in those little shortcut, dusty, busty paths that the dune buggy thought it was going to take the race with. It sticks to the straight middle path. Does not. A big sign, hey, new shortcut. Just drive straight past it. Doesn't even think anything of it. That's what rock solid sila is, and really young people should get it, and they should get more emphasis placed on it. And they should get into the habit of it. So your habits are moral because you were brought up within moral, social frameworks, right down to the family unit. There we go, but maybe that can be a little more dynamic as well. The family unit, i.e., a bunch of women not being immoral, and maybe a one man, right, that they deal with for those questions or these matters, and other men they deal with in these matters, but they don't mix and match what they're doing, and they're not committing immoral behavior or given the opportunity to commit immoral behavior. Because men and women, guess what? They different. Oops, neo-barbarians just dropped the platter of Whoppers they were carrying into the room. Don't like that? Well, nobody needs you. It's like anti-gravitational people. There's no gravity, man. It's just a theory. They wrote it in some books. This crazy, man. Men, women, they're the same. What? Don't need anybody like that. Booby man or wooby man saying something like that. So you're a man, be the best man you can be. You're a woman, be the best woman you can be. That's it. And both man and woman can be have rock solid sila and be great. And I've outlined with women before, like, okay, you're in a relationship, which is what you should be in. Then be moral within the context of that relationship. The relationship ends for whatever reason, changing forms and conditions, pure neutrality. The next relationship, which you should not just jump into blindly, you should use a lot of samadhi during that period. Then the sila should kick in again. It's purely moral in the second relationship, and so on and so forth. And for men, the same thing, pretty much. Okay, it's not the same, right? It's a little different for men and women. See, women, they start messing around. Well, all of a sudden, kids from other guys start coming out of that place down there, and that causes big problems. Okay? Because it is a lot of time and effort to raise kids. Now, for those men who think that this place, this world, this realm is straightforward, I do want to use a Christian example here and come back to the example of Joseph. Joseph was not a simp. Joseph is a good example of a good man. For example, he knew Mary was sort of messed up, at least on paper. But he accepted her as she was, and her story, and he stepped up, and he played that role, and he did the right thing. And every man can follow his example in that case. Here's the other thing. You can have a great man. He has 3 kids. He gets killed. What's wrong? The woman and the kids, there's nothing wrong with them. In fact, there's a lot right with them. So for someone to play the Joseph in that role is exemplary and should not be looked down upon. However, that's only if it truly is the way it is and not some kind of fabrication of that. So, but getting back to sila, see how easy we can get into the funkiness of non-sila, doing things the wrong way, essentially. Well, like I said, your samadhi can be either permanently disabled or greatly hampered by anything that approaches anything that could upset or violate the principles of sila. it's like a ladder. If you're mixed comma, a lot of Patuginas have mixed comma, so they might have the first two rungs on the ladder. Let's say it's a ladder that has 50 different steps on it. They have the first 2, 3, 4, 5, right? But then they're missing 3. Then they have another 2, 3, 4, 5. Then they're missing maybe 4. You see? So there's gaps. And so with samadhi, a lot of people don't have time to be going up and down that ladder with all those missing steps. So what do? Well, they get hung up on the ladder. And they never get to samadhi, or they get there at a very reduced rate, and it's not enough. You're not wise. If you're getting to samadhi only 5% of the time, you're not going to be wise. This realm will roll you right over 5% samadhi, 1%, 0%. How are you going to get to Om Mani Padme Hum with no samadhi? See, that'll just remain a word on a page or a word in the air for you. It will not be realized. It will not sink in. It will not germinate. It will not take root. You will not cultivate it. Because for that, you need a lot of time and a lot of samadhi to just get even drops of panya at the end. So yeah, children, they have nothing better to do. They should be drilled in sila. And they should know when they are diverting from it. They should be very clear about these matters, and they should also be very well informed that by doing so, they are endangering their chances of entering and staying in samadhi and vicariously living wisely and well. And that not living wisely and not living well, that has a sliding scale of hellish potentialities that oftentimes do not fit the crime, because you're entering Mara's kingdom. And so the smallest of deceptions, like these flipped, sold-out politicians of the 30 years of infamy that will go down in the textbooks, they just thought, well, with a little bundle of money, they could overlook the other causalities that they set into motion. But it turns out that they were very short-sighted in terms of historical time. And so things went down the crapper, so to speak, on grease skids. And it does track back to their decisions and their reframings of things and presentations of things that turned out to be Mara-minded and not consistent with good practices, such as questioning sila as a concept, because that's anti-modernist, pseudo-intellectualist isms. So that is the hotbed of a hot mess. And if you got people around you, especially people pretending to be in positions of authority in culture or in any other thing, you're in some kind of a very dangerous and unproductive and most likely genocidal conditions. So that's not a great place to be, is it? So as below, so above, as above, so below. So at that kind of point, if you get those types of cues, you need to orient your map and take some adaptive measures to limit your exposure to misguided people, places, and things. Now, the good news is it is achievable. The bad news is that that is considered to be, by more minded people, to be antisocial because they want engagement. So you're going to have to see that part of the attack as well, them attacking not just the concept of Sila, but practitioners of it. Now, on the other hand, look, a certain amount of critical thinking is needed in order to see whether or not the people claiming to provide Sila are actually doing that or not. But sometimes, let's say, isolated cases might be blown out of proportion just to throw people off the idea instead of seeing it as potentially an inevitability in a place that is not perfect. So it really is left up to each individual practitioner to make these decisions, and then the decisions you make or the decisions you defer making, they will have causality, i.e. karma, associated with them. And it could be mixed karma, not doing enough, not prioritizing Sila enough, not seeing it as important as it is, or just terrible karma and causality, being against Sila, or taking a group kind of perspective, a predatory group perspective, say, well, everything good for us, but F the people, around us kind of strategy, such as the classist kind of model. That doesn't work either. But the short period of time, hey, just give me the cash, I'll take the profits. 20 years, that's fine for me. That's what you're dealing with on the other side. Mara has all different types of rationalizations for people like that. And they are out there. It is common, normal, and vulgar at this point. It is the majority of pathogenous. But again, see short-sightedness. Give me it now. Consequences be damned. Yeah, that's what they think, but that's not. See, if you drill children and tell them about this, drill them into their heads that no, don't take the short term windfall. This is a long-term project. Life is a marathon. These principles, Sila is important, and it keeps you out of unnecessary trouble, including the trouble of not getting into samadhi on a consistent, regular basis, because that is necessary for living well and wise, instead of the opposite of that, which is catastrophic. There is no, once you jump into potential, once you open the doors to potential hell realms, there is no end. Just as you can ascend into the infinity of the good, you can descend into the infinity of the bad. Up to and including never being reborn in the human dimension. Now, your atheists will say, oh, that's fine. I'm an annihilationist, so I accept that per se. I'm a pseudo-intellectual, just like in the 5th century BC. But see, there's another hypothesis that you don't just die when you're dead here. So bad behavior and bad ways of thinking and becoming a host for things that penicillin, psychological penicillin, would take out means that you become a carrier for that into an infinity of hell realms. So, again, the annihilationist comes in. No, can't be proven. So just forget about it. Those are scary stories. And what Marx? Oh, opium for the people. There you go. Wah, wah, wah. Pseudo-intellectual. Here I am. I wrote a big book nobody should read. Didn't know anything about economics either. Took a couple of things. Saw that people weren't happy. Made them a bunch of promises. And riled them up with promises that they didn't deliver on. Took all the money for themselves as a radical class with total impunity. No fact checking there. They're the fact checkers. It's politicized. We're the fact checkers. Your facts don't mess up corresponding with ours. You're wrong. Go get them. Throw them in jail. Radical class. Wow. Tyrannical sadism as a social movement. So, that didn't help the industrialization process, did it? Did it help the Western world? Ask some Russians. Well, no, don't ask them. Ask the Ukrainians. Or maybe some Eastern European countries that were boondoggled for decades that nobody talks about because it's still World War II in their minds. But almost Napoleonic. But yeah, those just horrible long decades where they played all of these different games on the populace, leading to genocidal outcomes. So that didn't exist. Didn't happen. It's a happy story. Radical class won. So, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. If you're paid to lie for people like that, I would say that's pretty bad. That's sort of hell realm ending kind of activity. But if you want to, lullaby yourself with annihilationism, you can do it. Right? Anybody can do it. Anybody can talk themselves into a paper bag. But is it true? What's the other hypothesis? Is it really discredited? Was it all just malarkey? Don't know. What, those new pillars that they dug out of the ground? Was it from King Asoka in northern India that was even in Aramaic and Greek? That he had almost a Rosetta Stone of languages that he didn't know what he was talking about? That's what they're going to claim? That's exactly what they claim. Get very emotional claiming that. But where is that emotion coming from? Is it a place of goodness and sila samadhi panya, or is it someplace else? Someplace else. Could it be misdirect people using emotionalisms to misdirect something, to derail it, to defame it, to poop on it? Is that normal, common, vulgar, or is that even subnormal behavior? Is that what people in jail for good reasons do too? Seems to be similarities, delusional similarities here. Can we put it in a category? Can we define it? Can we recognize it? Who else does that? Oh, I only slept with him because you didn't pay attention to me. Now the truth comes out. Oh, so that whole tantrum you pulled before that Where was that coming from? What place? Was it Sila Samadipanya? No? Oh, so I guess I'm smoking the opium here, right? See, comedy routine. So I'm already working on my film. And comedy routine. But that scene, people would be rolling, see? Which is funny when it happens to other people and you know what's going on. It's just not so happy if it happens to you. Either the person hearing it, although you can be very happy to hear that, to get some closure on the matter, such as non-attachment, and also not do that. You can avoid that kind of outcome for yourself by not engaging in immoral behavior and being essentially the slapped ass fool of the film that uses emotionalisms out the wazoo for subnormal psychological individual reasons. So, Sila, how about this? Sila, great principle. Don't be greedy. Don't envy or covet other people's things, including wives, plural wives, right? Or other, property. But is it your property? Well, it depends. I mean, there are people that have horses and abuse them, so, that's not what we're talking about here. But what is abuse? See, that's another false friend kind of word, right? Oh, this is abusive. Everybody's, can't just do whatever the heck they want. Like the horses can't run through the barbed wire and run down the highway, so that's abusive. Okay, yeah, well, no, the results of that aren't very good. If they stay to their pasture, which is very nice and more than adequate, and don't jump in front of cars during rush hour, it really is better for them long term, even if they want to do it for some kind of reason. In an off minute or something. A lightning strike happens, they want to run away, and that's what happens. So, but getting back to Sila, it's not about relationships. See, you could work through different relationships. It's also not necessarily about social forms and norms, although some of those could be improved. It really is about individual practice. And that is the only practice. But of course, it would be better for young people and children if they had a rock solid basis to go from, and then if they do go astray, if they do go wrong, then they know that it's on them. They know that the potential downsides, they have been drilled in the fine print. For example, the punishment will not necessarily fit the crime. The punishment could be 100,000 times worse than what you think the crime is. See, that's the problem, again, with narcissistic misperception. Oh, well, I'm a rule breaker, so for me, rules for everyone, not me, so I get the benefit. And screw the consequence in this life or in the lives to come. That's the thinking. So, but if they do that and they have been drilled in the fine print, well, how much more damned will they be? At least they can't claim ignorance as the hindrance that led them that way. To be, filtered out of the human dimension for eternity essentially, possibly. Now, the other part of Sila is, see, I like to put, to make it less dogmatic, I do add the redemption module. So, if you did make a mistake, all is not lost. In fact, until your last breath, potentially, it's not lost. But if you talk to venerable people such as a Bhikkhu Cha, he said, whispering Buddho into the ears of people that are dying, it really is a waste of time. That's what he said. So again, I'm talking about theory, but in practice, it most likely is. I'm going to defer to what he said. How many scenarios he witnessed of people dying, and his practitioners, for example, saying this to their elderly parents whose practice was not good during their lifetime. And at that point, yeah, the samadhi, the potential for samadhi and panya has run out. The sila wasn't good enough that they didn't even know to use it. How is a third party going to penetrate into their minds at that point and turn it into a practice that will take them into the bardos? Although, you could also say that most likely the children in this case who were fervently and dedicatedly making all different types of last-ditch efforts, that it's possible that that word would stay in their minds and give them a chance, even if only in 1,000 lives. It illustrates the point that the word is not the practice, and the practice is not the fruits of the practice. But you do not get to the fruits without the practice. And the practice does begin in many cases with the words and the concepts that if you don't understand, you will be stuck in the hindrance of ignorance, the first and most deadly blockage that normal, common, vulgar people have. Oh no, those berries that were black that I picked in the forest and ate, I thought they were blackberries. They're poisonous. I didn't know. I was ignorant. Well, good luck next time. Good luck next life. Because you could be dead. That's how ignorance kills people. Some Poindexter wrote it. What do you got against centralized planning? Thank you. Yeah, well, that's what they promised, but essentially, doesn't that sound like a cover for oligarchic constructions? And then, how often do oligarchic constructions deliver for the people? Historically, let's not repackage it in modern verbiage. Oh, it doesn't? It's a one-way street in the pockets of the few? Oops. Guess got sold on a old packaged, new packaged goods. How many pseudo-intellectuals can you pay to make that one sound right again? So, no. But yeah, people working together with right principles, with right effort and right view, that can work, at least for a time. But of course, there's always fissures and cracks, not just in one's own individual practice, but when you have a bunch of individuals together, yeah, it's possible that breakdowns and breakages can happen, because finally we're dealing with samsara, and we are dealing with divine forces against a paradise on earth. Because to graduate to the heavenly realms, you have to get through this one first. You don't get the first here, or you don't get those things here, at least not on a permanent basis, because this existence also is not permanent, if you have not noticed. Now, as far as the crossover into economic theory, where I pronounce greed to be a bad thing for economics, I lose Patuginas with that one, but I want them to rethink that for a second. Let's just look at company XYZ. You have centralized planning at the top. What is a CEO, a CFO, like that on a small scale? Well, what if they're taking millions out of the company and the workers are being treated like crap and the infrastructure's falling apart? And they polluting the environment too, so people getting sick, they ain't even working for them. Does that make sense to you? Are they greedy? Can we say that? Is it quantifiable? Well, now let's scale that idea up to the international Marxist-Leninism. Globoism. Why? Same thing. Is that good? Who's it good for? Why? Would they want to say that that's good and everything else is bad? People who question that, bad? Is that right? So, yeah, I said it before. Scientists are on this side, and business people too, because business should be for the benefit. The net benefit should be better than the net deficit. There you go. There's a principle, economic principle, that just blew all these fakers and pseudo economists out of the stratosphere. They're flying to the moon with that one. So take all of the 20th century theory and just throw it in the garbage can and start over with that one. So as far as economics and the pseudo-intellectual class and people in need of a haircut, I would feign to guess, given my historical understanding, that there has never been a more embarrassing time in all of human history than this one. Now I can already hear another Poindexter piping up in the back. What are you talking about? The numbers say that we're living in the most prosperous time in all human history. What are you talking about? But no, see, numbers don't mean anything. It's about, how about the numbers, quality of life, perceived quality of life index. That plummeted. In the same time, the numbers skyrocketed. Wow, look at that. Is that a deception? What's happening? No, wait a second. I didn't even start my PowerPoint presentation where the charts are just going through the roof. I was just going to dispute that theory, but now I gotta rethink that, right? So yeah, this number game, it is for fools. Now, on the other hand, promising total satisfaction to people, that's not wise either when we're talking about individual practice. But giving people the preconditions not to be predated upon, for example, or subverted and subjugated and worked to death kind of thing, that does have economic implications as well as the other things I was talking about, which one could see as the new codex or code of management principles going forward and not the inverted version of that. So someone wrote in and was like, can you break down this sila thing a little bit more, or morality, in a more practical way? Thank you. And I thought to myself, okay, just think of different countries, different cultures, like woodworking shops. And one country or culture or company just has a policy that there's unlimited workers coming in, i.e. young people or apprentices, and they don't care. They're sort of throwaway people. So they tell them to just get to work, and the working environment, of course, is filled with a lot of dust. They haven't invested a lot in dust filtration. They don't really know the chemical compounds that they're dealing with, the things that they're chopping up. Everyone just says, oh, it's just wood. But they haven't kept up on how wood is being treated in industrial ways, so they don't realize that there's things like formaldehyde or other complex organic compounds, chemical compounds in that dust. And so the cancer death rates are pretty atrocious over the lifetime. First off, the what are we going to say? The average life expectancy is low, maybe 50 to 60% cancer rate, and few people running that outfit. They're not in the shop. They make a lot of money, and they do what they want and don't care. Versus another shop that says, hey, look, first off, these compounds, they exist. We're constantly keeping up on toxins like chalasis, and you need to wear a mask, right? And these are the masks, and we keep adapting and upgrading the masks, and also updating our dust filtration system. And do realize that there are other companies that don't work this way, but it's not advisable to work that way, because here's the science, the causality of interacting with these kinds of chemicals and particles and the cancer and death rates. You see, the second company has prepared its citizens, its people, its community members for the job that they are set out to do. Now, if you get and see, there are knuckleheads in every community, really tough people. I always like to recognize them. The tough Patuginas, spelled Tuff. I don't need no damn mask. After they learned everything that everyone else learned, they take it off and they say, hey, I can work a lot faster. And I'm very tough, Tuff, or I don't care. I'm not looking to live forever. Who cares? That sounds like malarkey to me. And they do that. Well, guess what? That's their own personal responsibility. See? So each individual is, to a certain extent, responsible for their own health and the precautions, or one's own morality. But the difference is that the worker or citizen or community member that knows that they're breaking moral precepts, they know that it's a bad thing because of the causality of it. And they're not ignorant or told the opposite of the truth, as in the first company. And so it is with Sila. Now, the other thing is okay, how about there's company C? like, well, there's all the science, but we're going to ignore that. And we say that it's moral if you stand on your head once a day, and then you walk backwards to work, or I don't know, you consider men and women to be equal, or you have to believe that, or Smurfs invented the universe, even though other people say it's not true, it's really true. All of those different crazy things that people can do if they're, either crazy or misinformed or have bizarre concepts of the universe, bizarre metaphysics, that really doesn't have a lot to do with woodworking in the first place. Okay? Now, that stuff, does it belong to good morality? No. Good working operations? No. If people dispensed with it, would they be doing themselves harm? Well, yes and no. Maybe if it's a group ritual and people are breaking it for the sake of just breaking it to be rule breakers, then maybe they will have some negative consequences for that. Might be ostracized from the group, but essentially from the standpoint of woodworking, i.e. living, they will suffer no negative consequences. They may even free up their lives from unnecessary hassles or group opinions about human nature or human interaction or so on and so forth. So that's essentially what you're dealing with on a practical level. Now, a lot of patoojas, right, patoojanas, a lot of people that think they're really smart and really cynical, they will over-apply that method to good working order, good working procedures, and good scientific causality. So you have to watch out for that type of person or a way of thinking. But then there's just the ignorant kind of variety. And you have to sort of avoid being the ignorant person as well. Morality, sila, samadhi, panya is a very important part of wisdom. And it's not me saying that. This is thousands of years old and has millions of cases where people who have been moral in the true sense, like I said, just like in the woodworking shop, have led better lives with better morality. It's just that simple. So where are you in this equation? That's really the main question, because it is known that groups of people get these things wrong as well as individuals. And it's pretty tragic in both cases when it happens. And you will have a lower quality of life as a result of it. So pick and choose wisely to the best of your abilities. But again, if you are born into neo-barbarian kinds of conditions, changing forms of conditions, do forgive yourself if you were ignorant. But once you do learn of better moral principles and you don't adopt them, oh, I'm not wearing a mask even though I know the science, well, then that is on you. And that's sort of where I leave it too. As long as you're not harming others, you're just harming yourself. What does it matter? You believe that the moon is made of cheese. If you're wearing a mask or you have a good dust filtration system, that's sort of an irrelevant opinion anyway. So if you need to simplify morality, think of it in those terms. And it is something that is important and useful if done right, and not so much if done wrong. It really is that simple. Here's a concept that many people don't think about, which is the causality of an untrained mind. See, people that can dress themselves in the morning, know how to take care of basic hygiene. Although, if you've listened to my talks, you know that I admonish people to increase what they believe to be adequate hygiene, such as, especially in the area of oral hygiene, because we often think it's good enough when in fact it's perhaps substandard or subnormal or not good enough. It's a standard, but in your case you might require extra. Just maybe how your mouth is built, or what you eat, or how your body processes things, and how you developed your design, your DNA, whatever it is. Your family might have some kind of, your great-great-grandmother, she might not have had the best teeth, so you require a little bit more than normal people. But the causality of the untrained mind, we don't think about that very often, but it's very true. Your monkey mind is possibly, or your Mara mind, that's another level. I like to bring both in. People laugh at monkey mind, people shudder when I say Mara mind. But both are in play. And you need to know or be able to see which one you're dealing with to react appropriately. But just like with the breath, see, here we come back to perhaps someone would think is a joke. You might not be able to smell your breath. Isn't that so? Have you ever eaten foods that might have a lot of garlic in them, and then an hour later you don't notice anything, and somebody comes close to you? Oh, Mom, have you been eating garlic? Oh, that type of reaction. You weren't aware. Like, what? Oh yeah, I guess I was. I didn't know. And then you put your hand in front of your mouth and you can't smell it. But what's the causality chain there? Well, garlic, the time of consumption, so 1 hour later, your sensitivity to it is 0. You're completely unaware of it, and yet everyone around you is thinking, oh, who ate garlic here? Oh, it's this guy. And it's usually off-putting. People find it off-putting. They find it disturbing on some level. They don't like it. They are adverse to it. Now, of course, my breath, it's so minty clean. When I start talking, people, they smell bouquets of flowers. There's notes of oak and pine trees and things of that nature, but that's not everyone, right? Everyone has different causalities. They're at different stages in oral hygiene, which is causal or karmic, and they have different states of mind. And if you're not trained, or if you've been trained in a specific way, I like to talk about carpenters, how they like to cut things versus machinists. The carpenter, 3 inches is 3 inches, pretty much, give or take. For a machinist, it can go into the millions or thousands. It has to be 3.0000 to be 3 inches in some cases. So, plus or minus 0.05 if you're, 3.09 and the tolerance was for 3.05, you're way off. You might as well be 39 inches instead of 35 inches. Now, see, that's something a carpenter would understand. It's just a matter of scale and refinement. And the carpenter, he takes the piece of wood, puts it in a chop saw, zip, 3 inches, here you go. Whereas the machinist, okay, I need 3.000, are you exactly right? Well, that's gonna take a little bit longer than just putting it into a chop saw and zip. He needs a different setup. He needs different materials. See, wood, you could cut to that level, but then because it's hygroscopic, humidity level goes up, it gets bigger. It's like a sponge. It pulls in the moisture from the air, it gets bigger. I cut it exactly to 3 inches, now it's 3 1/8. Why did that happen? Wood's moving. Whereas something like cold rolled steel will not move so much, although it does move too. If you build an entire bridge out of steel, let's say the Golden Gate Bridge, and the temperature goes from minus 10 degrees Celsius to plus 30 in the course of a day, that across the entire structure, you're talking about chained tolerances that add up. So even if it only moves 0.001 per meter times however long the thing is, that adds up to maybe even you'd have to do the math, but potentially it could end up to be across the entire difference like a half a meter gap during the day opens up between parts. Like, I'm driving my car and then there's a half a meter pothole in the middle of the Golden Gate Bridge. And I'm going 60 miles per hour. And I'm driving a motorcycle. That's deadly. But within a meter kind of length, it's imperceptible. It's irrelevant in most cases, but not in all cases. Okay, so our minds have either been through a refinement process or been through a directional process. We are the products of our training, whether we wanted to or want to admit that or not. We are the products, in many cases, of massive amounts of trauma based on expectations, very reasonable expectations. They shouldn't have died. Why did they have to die? Why did they leave me here? Something overwhelming like that, perhaps, versus, hey, that waitress should have been here 2 minutes or 3 minutes ago with my coffee. I ordered, 10 minutes ago. That's very strange. It's that type of mild irritation. What's wrong with this person? See, we like to personalize things. Whereas we didn't know that the person that was supposed to get the coffee beans might have been 5 minutes late because they were dealing with some kind of issue, like the first issue, and we're getting mad at the waitress for not bringing our coffee fast enough. And it's because of that. See, we're socially, causally, karmically connected. But oftentimes, because we're simple mammalian creatures, we might make perceptional mistakes like that because we don't see the entire chain of causality, and we don't bring the compassion that we should in certain instances. Now, other instances, if we're a very good person and we think that everyone has a right reason for the wrong things they do, well, we're seeing things with wrong view, such as is very normal in neo-barbaric times, where this kind of flippery is used as a sophistic, propagandistic, and distributed disinformational kind of method. Culturally, historically, politically, economically, you name it. So, we are all at different states. I won't say of enlightenment, but that's a very positive way of seeing it. If you consider yourself to be buried up to the neck in unskillful practice, then your way of wiggling your shoulders kind of practice that loosens that sand so that you can eventually get your shoulders, and then you can put a big kind of swing into it compared to what you were doing just a day ago. And then 2 days later, you're down to your elbows, and then one day, poof, your left arm comes free. You just hold it up. And then with that left arm, you've got that hand, and then you can just start moving the dirt away from your right shoulder, and you can dig yourself out. Different technique, different developmental, perspectional stage of enlightenment, of liberation. Now, if you want to be completely liberated when you're up to your neck in dukkha, irritation, hindrance, it's understandable, but it's not practically achievable in at least the physical realm. Now, psychologically, I do believe, per the Zen module and Zen practice and Zen insight, that in one moment of Satori, you can achieve enlightenment. It is how enlightenment comes, which is in one my moment. There is no physical hindrance to enlightenment. That's the great promise of it. And sometimes, see, some people like to think, well, that's a permanent condition, but that's not really how this realm of changing forms and conditions work. You can have a moment of Satori, and then you can fall back into the kilesas. Everything was fine. Everything made sense. You achieved a level of total clarity, and then, let's say, an artillery strike comes in from life. right? The phone blows up, as they say. Do 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 do. Oh, who's this? Oh, hello, right? And you're back in Samsara. It's got you. What? Why are you breaking up with me? What did I do? What did I do wrong? Why do you hate me? I try to make these things funny, but I know when it's happening, it's terrifying. It could be anything. Anything here, anything can happen. It has happened, it can happen. It depends. If it didn't happen in this lifetime, it might happen in next lifetime. Perhaps it happened in previous lifetimes. You don't know. How can you know? What do you know? You think you know. Or are you hindered? Where are you hindered? Is that garlic I smell? Oh, you didn't smell that? But you did eat something with garlic in it, didn't you? Oh, you forgot. You find it strange that other people can still smell it? Why are you angry right now? Look at your shoulders. Have you do a body scan? Why is your fist? Why is your hand clenched in a fist? See, we are complex creatures. Gurdjieff said 3 brain creatures. That's 3 brains, not 1. You thought you only had 1. Here's someone already using the term 3 brain creature. What do you know about the 3 realms? Oh, you know the theory. You just don't know the practice well enough. You're going to climb a mountain. You're a mountaineer. You're a Buddhist. Okay, there's K2. Just have at it. You're going to climb that mountain? Go ahead. Give it a try. Next day, who's left? Next week, people are still frozen on that mountain. But some people made it and back. I don't recommend doing, how should we put it, doing things for symbolic reasons necessarily. There's a certain level of being misguided in those kinds of matters as far as, achievement goes. Westerners, we all want achievement. And the bigger the achievement, the more important we feel we should be considered. But often, you'll walk into the first Patujana that doesn't know you at all and treats you like a baboon. And so what do you feel in that moment? Well, here's a person that doesn't know that I climbed K2 and lived to tell the tale and is treating me like a baboon. So I'm being mistreated here in this instance when it really doesn't matter if I climb K2 or not. And these are changing forms and conditions. And ego is not your amigo. No self is the goal. You carry a self into the next bardo? How does that work? How are you going to carry a cinder block to the top of a mountain? Why would you do that? How about, one cinder block? Oh yeah, I'm a very tough person. I can do that. I said cinder. How about this, cinder blocks? The self is more than just a cinder block. Maybe that cinder block is a meter wide and a meter tall. You just thought it was a little cinder, a little one or a light one. One of those made out of that light concrete that you can pick up with one hand. Oh, I could do that. Although you most likely would be overestimating your abilities, even with one cinder block of standard size. But the more self-importance we have, the more irritation we have, the more suffering we have, the more engagement we have with samsaric and Mara-like forces. Keeps bringing us back to this loop. I should be recognized for my achievements. But in the grand universal context of things, what is that as an achievement? It's like what about geckos climbing in trees? Why aren't they being recognized for their acrobatic feats, which are undeniable? They're amazing little creatures. Why don't we meet every single one of them with a sense of awe and appreciation like they deserve? How about their ability to camouflage themselves? Can you do that? What about your little eyeballs? Their little eyeballs moving up and down. And how about how many insects they're able to devour in the course of a day or an hour? Why aren't we enthralled and amazed by them? But just because you're an astrophysicist, you require a certain level of respect to not be annoyed with living creatures. So you set the bar impossibly high for yourself, haven't you? So how smart are you again? Like, are you counterproductively smart? Is that what your causal kind of mind training directionality has given you, like a big birthday present that you get to open up during each interaction that is very dissatisfying? So, the untrained mind, yes. Think of your mind like a block of wood. Many of you, your blocks of wood, imagine someone taking a sledgehammer and smashing it every day. It looks brutalized because it is brutalized. It looks shattered because it is shattered. It looks moldy because it is moldy. It looks split because it is split. But that's what you have to work with. And there are instruments. There is skill. I really do love carpenters that know how to work with the wood that they have, not the wood they wish they had. The wood with no knots, the perfect board. They don't have to do any work to it. They just nail it together. The piece of furniture, it's finished. That would be easy, right? That would be perfect. That's what everyone wants. No work, no skill. Just perfection. See, I like to come back to the people that may have been devas in past lives. That's their expectation, is perfection. But do we get that here? Is that the training that we have here? Is that K2? So how smart are we? How skillful are we? Where are we starting? Where is your compassion and patience and your understanding of Om, of universal abundance? Where is that right here, right now? Where is that? Now, regarding the example of the carpenter and the machinist, some people might gravitate towards the perspective that, oh, well, what the machinist does is more perfect, so it's better than what the carpenter does, where the tolerances are larger. But that's not true. It depends on the application. The carpenter does not need perfectly dimensional pieces. And because he needs a lot of pieces, the more appropriate thing or practice in that case is perhaps a practice that is faster than is precise. Whereas in the machinist world, the precision matters more than how quickly you were able to produce the dimension. So right practice means knowing what the application is and being aligned with that. Here are the acceptable tolerances. It's a little bit over 3 inches, a little bit under, but here they are. There's the 10 blocks you need within the 5 minutes or 10 minutes or a half hour that you'll be using those blocks, because you're the block supplier to the carpenter as the apprentice. And as long as he does not complain, say, hey, what, this is 2.5 inches, throws it back and beams you with it. That's the wake-up call. Okay. I wasn't paying attention. I moved my focus from the breath and ventured into greed, ill will, or delusion. I ventured into that thought, that addictive thought again. That hot coal in my hand appeared again. I had to drop it again. That wasn't good enough, but the other 4 blocks were. So now let me get back. Let me be a little bit more mindful. Perhaps the saw blade needs to be removed and sharpened. There needs to be some maintenance. The cord is frayed, so I'm not going to continue to produce blocks unless it's necessary. If I have the 5 minutes for maintenance to put some electrical tape around the frayed cord, then I'm going to prioritize the maintenance. And then maybe my setup, I'm going to take the saw from the ground, which is sort of uncomfortable for me because our backs are not really made for crouching over long periods of time. So I might have to make myself a table, but not just any rickety table, a solid table that I can place it on at a height that works for me. And then I can also declutter the micro environment, and then this tool goes here and this tool goes there. It's not just thrown on the ground that I could trip over, and then all of a sudden I have a working micro environment. And then for me, it's a lot easier to get acceptable dimensionality at an acceptable rate of speed, which is appropriate to the application, but at the same time, I'm not evaluating myself as either better than others or worse than others. I'm just doing the best I can with what I have, with pure neutrality and a little playful experimentation. This is what's happening in samsara right now. This is the boxing match. Coming back to the Deva-like personalities, they expect perfection. No, this is a boxing match. So you thought you would just come down here and enjoy life? It's a boxing match, so that means you will get hit in the face. You will suffer setbacks and disappointments. You will have to Get over that. Get through that. That does not mean you're looking for conflict. No, most people, they're very conflict averse to a fault. They'll run away from it instead of confronting it. Now other people go looking for it. Oh, okay, this is a boxing match. All right, here's this old lady. Boom, knocks her right out. Yeah. No, not that way. Or, how about the more common version? Punches themselves right in the face. That's what we mostly do. Most of our suffering is unnecessary. Why? Because it's internally generated. Dummies. Why do you do that? Why are you thinking about addiction right now? What you're addicted to? Greed, ill will, delusion. I want this, I don't have that. This person doesn't like me. Why am I not good enough? Wow. All unnecessary. Isn't that beautiful? Now that you know that, you're doing it to yourself, dummies. Your practice stinks. But that doesn't mean it needs to stay that way. No. Look at this teacher, like somebody, he shows you, like, hey, students, watch this. Okay, Barney, come at me with that stick and raise it above your head and charge me. And all the students are like, and then the teacher says, Barney, be sure to swing violently, like mean it. And Barney, sweat starts. Teacher, are you sure? Barney, don't you half measure this. This is a lesson. See, Barney represents who knows what. Comes charging, teacher, in with the lightning kinds of reflexes, dodges the strike, counters the strike, and he's holding the stick. Takes it, throws it up in the air, and it stays there. So, students, do you see how this works? Good. Now do it yourself. So someone wrote in, was like, what makes your comedy routine so great? Thank you. And I said, well, my ability to just talk about anything, including religion or history or philosophy or passionate ladies that have so loved me and so love me right now. But it's not that we can just be physical all the time with each other. It's a platonic kind of mudita, a vicarious joy when we are all living well and healthily and calmly and virtuously and in accordance with all things truly good, not just the appearance of those, despite the rug salesmen of the world that have pitched every horrific idea known to man in the name of altruism up until right now, probably will be continued, but the past is riddled with toxic waste dumps of such misguided, hateful efforts concocted by people who thought they had some kind of moral superiority to the people that they just cynically played with and destroyed and discarded for just reasons because, they were so much better in a classist kind of a malignant, narcissistic kind of way. So don't go that way, fools. Should you think that knowledge leads to such places, it doesn't. It leads away from such places, and that is where wisdom, compassion, and Om Mani Padme Hum is found. And I don't claim credit for that knowledge, but I do partake in it, and I do share it. So someone pointing their bony finger at me and saying this person is a monster, do keep that aspect of me in mind when you look at such a person, and then make your own accurate, clear-eyed decisions outside the third realm of delusion, perhaps, And then you can see how purgatory can work in the case of a saint, not just in your case or in the cases of others. That's the whole point. It's educational. It's not egotistical as far as elevating certain people spiritually versus thinking, oh yeah, everyone's just like me, or they're faking it, or they have some kind of concocted story when they're not making things up. They truly do believe, like Bhikkhu Chow, exactly what they say. They're not playing games. They're not playing games. They've stopped playing games. They really have. It's not just theory, it's practice. They proved it. They did it. So why not take that as a baseline and then look at things in terms of, well, does this seem strange versus that? Like, what? Is this part of the 5 precepts or not? Like, what? That's a big difference as far as skillful results based on like medicinal practices, like insightful, wise practices, like, hey, you don't do this, you will have no aggravation your entire life long. This person, throw him out of the village. That they said no. The local police chief, he thought they were going to take the bags of rice, so they said no. This man who's saying this is not allowed in the village. Kind of dynamic. That's what they want to abuse in modern times as neo-barbarians, very distinct from high noble ideas or paths or ways of living, but still two-legged creatures apparently, a three-brained creature in purgatory with kalesas. And how far do you want to be compassionate with yourself as far as understanding these matters and still being so devoted to the noble high path that you will never fail, even if you have setbacks. You will never fail. Only those are worthy of my presence. Someone wrote in and was like, how can you find comedy in these terrible times? I find it baffling. Thank you. And I wrote back, what I really find it baffling too. Every time I get over it, I'm baffled. How could I have gotten over that? I just did. Oh, what magic. But until that Satori moment comes, it isn't that way. That's understandable. That's very real. But that's not forever in this dimension of changing forms and conditions. Also, psychological conditions that are variable, based on variables that one can either skillfully navigate or not with fully dispassionate lenses, if that makes any sense. Now, of course it makes sense, but how many people are sensible despite knowing that makes sense? Why can't they make it sense for them? In their case, why is it so special for them? Why is their self so engaged? It's me, it's mine. I have to have, instead of, no, it really isn't. This planet, it's not destined to survive in 1 billion years. So what kind of investments are you making here again? Are they delusional? What type of dynasty or fantasy do you have in your mind that could be a delusion that would make you think that one policy might be better than another at this time? For what reason? But then again, if it is beneficial, and if it is necessary to look terrible, horrible, gut-wrenching, genocidal conditions in the face and say, well, look, we have to see that and recognize that these things can happen for various reasons in a very dispassionate, bad causal kind of way, that it can be prevented on an individual level, but sometimes groups get into the business and then you have more individuals being exposed to this, which leads to acrimonious conditions and other things. For most people, let's just be 100 about it. I'm not paid to gloss these things over, but if we can grasp these principles, we can live better without killing each other. It did work for decades. No matter what anybody says, it wasn't crazy, but at the same time, you can't negotiate with people that will not follow the underlying humanity of the agreement. If they are not superhuman enough to abide by such agreements, then it would be foolish to treat them in such a way that would assume that that is the case on their case, when it absolutely is the opposite of that. And actions speak louder than appearances, do they not? But people can be deceived. Different people, different places, different times, different things. And then catastrophically horrible side effects and downstream effects based on the stupidest of occurrences happening in historical terms. Why did Louis XVI why did he have so many problems? Nobody knows. Put it in a supercomputer and hit the button. Nobody, it's too many variables. Okay, this is why history tends to go in weird ways, but the main thing is the management of kalesos of all different types of governing bodies so that harmonious conditions can be reestablished as above, so below. That's it. That's what a consultant would tell you. Even though I could be killed at any moment, what would be the value of that versus someone that could bring you a palatable solution to otherwise impossible problems, and not value that in the least? What are we dealing with at this time? If not neo-barbarism. Some people just don't want to believe it. Like, yeah, things, if they go the wrong way, things get worse or stupid or aggravating. Hey, the traffic was perfect until they did this and now everything's jammed up. Oh, why is that so perceptible in that case but not in other cases? You see how it's been used against us. So free up those barriers individually and socially and get back to harmonious kinds of compassionate, patient, and wise situations that do arise under fortuitous circumstances that are usually prearranged to be fortuitous, at least, if not indirectly managed ways, then at least in indirectly managed ones. So, yes, being a professional or someone who has a level of expertise, you do have to have a certain veracity to your analysis to be valuable. If you don't, you're the opposite of value. You could be valuable, you could be misleading. Like, hey, don't drink this red Kool-Aid, it's going to make you feel good. And then you get super obese or develop cancer instead. So we live in a highly complex, unskillful, pathogenistic kind of environment. So if people have been horribly maimed by misdirection in these times, I would hope that the redemption module that we extend to them would be considered to be valuable enough to do so because it's free anyway. And they accepted it. Someone wrote it was like, commands, what are all these commands? Thank you. Yeah, all right. I command you to look at the stars tonight. Like, no excuses. When you hear this, yeah, that night. If you hear this a lot, then maybe every night. Look at the stars. And don't shy away of an understanding about those things that we have now that is more accurate than previous understandings of these things, and they become more fascinating the more we know. Do you see the directionality of that? The enthusiasm of that versus, oh, there's all these bad things, we don't know how to solve them, but we do, but they're politicizing it and playing a tyrannical sadist game kind of thing that need not take up any of our time when there's so many other things. Archaeology is amazing. Again, astronomy, the astronomy module is amazing. Absolutely breathtakingly amazing. Believe me. It has gone beyond just looking at little orbs, in some kind of solar system. And what is so miraculous about this field of study is that as we gain more insight into these matters, we also have to have the ability to change how we think about these things dispassionately, not because we're invested in the narrative, but wow, this type of telescope has revealed all of this. We can see it clearly that it's this way and not the way we thought before. So who's still with it, and who has a problem with that kind of situation? But why would you care about the people that have a problem with that? They just stay left behind in their own misunderstandings. So yeah, there can be bad things in the past, but we need not bring any bad things into the here now, the present, or the future. So do understand that agency is the basic moral principle that's pragmatic. That's all. No, long sermons and finger waggings to you. No, you do bad things, you get bad things. That was simple. Not this life even, maybe next life, right? In this life, maybe because of some past karma, people come up with elaborate theories to try to understand these things. But when that good karma runs out, then, especially if you made a lot of bad karma, then you're going to have terrible consequences that there's really, there's no limit on the downside, potentially. Just letting you know. So why risk it? Do take these matters seriously, like who you associate with and why and where and how and what you're doing with your life, and strategically and sensibly, and also internally. Your spiritual practice is really strong. It's really authentic. People will rattle you, but it doesn't really matter, because that's how robust it is, kind of practice. That does matter. If one skyscraper falls down tomorrow or the next, that doesn't matter as much as that. So do understand that. Don't be deceived that that's not important and the other thing's important. But to understand that, you do have to come into the here now, which is a different dimension than the then there, or the back then, or whatever other dimensionalities that one can delusionally be trapped in for Kalesa-like reasons. Catch my drift? Are you on the surfboard, or did you just get, left behind? Because that can happen too. We get distracted by the most irritating thing. We should just skillfully eliminate that so that we have time for the wholesome things. Easier said than done. Is that not so, brothers and sisters? Come, look me in the eyes. Is it easy? But can it be done? Sisters, let me look you in the eyes. Can it not be done? See, maybe even 90 said no, but 10 said it could, and see, they're with me. And it's not about this bardo alone, it's about all of the bardos. That's the new theory. Just like astronomy, this is the new theology. All of the bardos, infinity. Boom! Some people had some type of linear understanding of theology. Now we're talking about all of infinity. That's sort of what the old teachers implied by such statements that they made, which are very profound kind of thing that, patuginistic kind of people don't give a rat's damn about, but that doesn't really mean anything at all, does it? In fact, maybe it's even the opposite. Like, that's exactly what they're missing. But if they have it, then they can transform individually, and then we all benefit so much. Isn't it wonderful? Mudita, vicarious joy, when other people transform themselves into better people. Oh my goodness, where's the vicarious joy for that? Brothers and sisters, can you not feel that right now? Be happy for people that transform in good ways. We always hear the bad stories. Yes, they exist. But let us put our focus on those high paths that lead to good places. That's where our directionality should be. How about an inspection plate for the soul, where every measurement does matter and it must be exact, and the part is exact. It's possible that your hand is not. But via training, if you do it 1,000 times, and you are mindful of your instruments and mindful of the beginner's mind, after 1,000 attempts, you might have reasonable assurity to be accurate. Or not. Does it seem improbable before you start? If it does, then perhaps that's delusional, perhaps not. Perhaps you need to slow things down so that you can skillfully move past hindrances in your individual case with your variables. You have your variables. 3 years ago, different variables. Now, completely different variables. How skillful are you? Are you ascendant or descendant? Why? Are you addicted to something? Can you can break that. External validation, you can break that too. Internal validation is important, but not narcissistic validation. Middle path. Not too far that way, not too little this way. Too fat? BMI suckers. It's very neutral and very reliable and very clear. Age, sex, height, that's it. Where are you? Too much? Adapt. Eat less. Don't necessarily exercise more. If you're orthopedically compromising your frame, you're not engaged in healthy behavior, period. Full stop. And if you're not mindful enough to be aware of that or heed that or digest that insight, you're running around way too fast listening to ding this or ding that or dingling this and getting up way too early and going to bed way too late at night and not filling it with Sila Samadhi Panya or morality and ethics, contemplativeness, and wisdom. See, if you have, you need patience, right? Om Mani Padme Hum to get to the second step. It sounds so trite to say contemplativeness, but you need a lot of decompression and consistency and balance to maintain such a state so that one can distill the wisdom from samsaric reflections and lives and causalities, good and bad, and all of that. Make sense of this realm for yourself perspectively, even if you've experienced some of the most disturbing things imaginable. Because all that's in the lives of venerable practitioners of the past that are so illuminating and deeply moving on every level, because they certainly knew what they were talking about. You know, cynical, critical people find something they don't find believable, but I find some of them very believable, and that's just the bottom basement fact. And if you find them believable too, then you see that how we understand each other on a fundamental level, whereas other people do not. That differentiates us qualitatively. And it's so real, and yet how do you quantify that? As a annihilationist, 2,600-year-old discredited theory, masquerading itself as modern in this time of neo-barbarism. And yet, look at how one just flies over the mess without being attached via ill will or anything else other than to observe it with pure neutrality and detachment. No self and wisdom. Is that wise? No? Okay. Next. I love people like that. They just have good natural instincts and no attachments. What? That sounds stupid. Forget about it. Like that, but they actually are correct. You would think they'd have to think it through and know they just act and they're right. I love people like that. Really do. I've met a lot of them. They exist. And in that way, they are blessed by God. They do have good karma. And may it last long and take them to the ascendant path so that they can one day be liberated themselves. But it does take individual, personal, right view and right effort, for God's sake. It's not frivolous. It's not ancillary to more important things. That is the thing. Do that first. Then do something else, but do it with that. Don't ever, ever, ever abandon that. That's what being accomplished, being in the now, being here with us. Someone wrote in and asked, you mentioned monkey mind and Mara mind. What's the difference? Thanks. Well, this is a very important question because, we don't talk enough about Mara mind. Monkey mind people, that's sort of the introduction to how the mind works, how we can be distracted about basically anything, and we run after the thing we shouldn't run after. Oh no, the monkey has the camera. Why did it pick the camera? There were so many bananas and other things in its environment. Why? Give me that camera back. That's my Zeiss camera, you little monkey. There it is up in the tree, swinging it. Woo, doing the monkey dance. Like a camera. Go bye-byes. That clarity of vision. Bye-bye. Monkey mind. Everybody, see people laughs at that. They know it's true. They know it's true. Could be 1 minute away. They know it's coming. That monkey mind, it does live in the mind. But see, when I say Mara mind, like a door slams open and a cold wind comes in and people start getting very fearful. And they should. They should. People that don't do that, what are they? Ignorant? Yeah, I would say they are. You don't know about Mara mind, you are ignorant about something that is important for you to know. Isn't it? Like there's a delusionary force in this realm that can get real personal with your story. So let's think of it more in terms of verbal and imaginative fabrications. That's where I would put the Mara mind. Now, verbal fabrications are conversations you usually have with yourself. Or you think you're having it with yourself, but actually it's Mara that's having the conversation with your sense of awareness, right? The narrator in your mind, like we have the, was it Gurdjieff's 3 brain creatures? We have different perspectives on ourselves. Sometimes we're egoically captured, we're not thinking, but we think we're thinking. Sometimes we're aware of what we're thinking about. That's sort of, and then sometimes we can make editorial decisions like, wait a second, here's this story again about the past where I'm apparently blaming myself for something that I had no control over. Like the person that got out of the car and then walked and got run over by a truck, I did not force them to do that. But the voice that I'm hearing right now is saying, well, if you only did this and that, then they wouldn't have done that. That's Mara you're having a conversation with, but you're just not aware of it. See, those are those moments where the Buddha says, hey, I see you, Mara. That's the moment where you catch it. Mara is not outside, necessarily, although Mara does manifest in other beings here. But Mara, the dangerous side of Mara is it can manifest inside, just like the monkey mind. Monkey mind is more directionality. Mara mind is very insidious because it does appear to be you talking to yourself. Why do I have a broken arm? Well, you were foolish. You provoked that person. You just the worst kinds of stories you can imagine. That type of just that voice riding you and riding you and riding you and riding you and riding you. That's Mara. That's not you. That's not yours. And people do it, they're unaware of it. They say, oh, this is crazy talk. Well, then they get no distance from it. You have to see it as something foreign to you and yours. If you don't, it has you. No, it really was that way because you really saw it that way, but it really wasn't that way, was it? In samsara, in purgatory? It's just a verbal fabrication. It's a rationalization. It's one of 1,000 different rationalizations. If you were a bad person, you would rationalize bad behavior, such as beating yourself up about things that you really aren't or weren't responsible for. So it's a nuanced approach to radical personal responsibility. I do believe it in the one case, yes. Putting in the work to see these things, to distance yourselves from these things, that is your responsibility. That is where radical responsibility is meant. But taking responsibility for things you can't be responsible for, that's where the Mara mind will take over your practice and turn it into a torture chamber. This bad thing, this bad memory, clods of dirt, you're just putting them in your bag, or stones while you're walking. Some people, they're weighed down, they can't move. They're blobs with these bags of dirt that they've collected. You have to let them go. You have to stop putting clods of dirt into your satchel, your bag. Life is a journey. And the purpose of samsara is to free yourself from bad karma and not to produce more of it unskillfully, unthinkingly, ignorantly. So if you have a collection, you drop it. It reappears, you take it off. It's like a backpack. It just reappeared on your back. You look down, you check the straps, it's on, you pop it off. Don't even look back, just walk forward. Comes back 5 minutes later, you pop it off again. And then you see this stone, that clod on your path. You look away and you don't pick it up and you don't put it in your bag. Don't put it in your pocket. That's right practice. But sometimes it's not made easy for you. It's not made easy for you. No, many times there's a hot rocks. Oh, this is a diamond. It's worth something. I gotta pick that up. See, people, how about this? People, monkey-minded people, animalistic, mammalian, three-brained creatures, they think rocks, they're rock collectors. Like, oh, I don't collect rocks, I'm not stupid. But then a diamond shows up. Oh, you're not going to pick that one up? Of course they will. They'll run, a mad dash to pick up a rock like that. Oh, that's worth something though. Who says so? Oh, other people. Well, if you have a whole book bag full of big rocks, diamonds, and you can't really spend them, it's just that weight that you've got, really. And a misconception about value, a fabrication. That's Mara mind. So, as you can see, that can be very complicated, getting yourself out of verbal fabrications and also mental fabrications, like seeing things. Like if you have a girlfriend, she's really good, but where is she? She hasn't called, she's done this, where? And then your mind starts fabricating, well, she's doing this. That's Mara mind. No, she's not doing that. She wasn't doing that, but although some of them might be, who knows? Don't get mixed up with Mara-minded women. For God's sake, they're straight out of the Garden of Eden, aren't they? Women have, a certain number of them have conceit. They know better than the man does. The devil done told them. That's essentially the feminist movement in a nutshell on a social level. But as above, so below, it takes an individual malpracticing, Mara-minded individual to come up with that idea based on conceit. So there we are, Garden of Eden. That's that little snake that whispered in their ear. They believe him, don't believe God. They're better than men, they feel. Got a lot of stories they tell themselves, don't they? But when it comes to pulling like bodies out of burning buildings, they really don't have the skills, and the statistics prove it, but they don't care about that. They don't care about the truth. They care about conceit. And they will get emotional. They will get, what is it? Acrimonious. You point that out. The first love is for conceit, not the truth. The truth just makes them angry. Angry. So yeah, that Mara mind can make people, and does make people angry, because they're looking at something that ain't there. They're looking about he, him, her. I guess that's how we have to call them now, although I think it's better to do that because Mara is fluid. Mara got skills, just not good ones. For people mostly, but if you see it from a higher standpoint, he's a tester of souls. The clods, the counterfeits, the deluded, he takes them away from the other realms outside samsara. So his job here, I don't even think he likes it very much. It does have certain benefits, but has a lot of downsides. He's dealing with stupid people all the time. But he does know God exists, so he's not that stupid as the stupid clods that inhabit this place. And another story that some people say was a Buddhist story to begin with is the Book of Job. Yeah, there it is. It's pretty clear. But in neo-barbaric times, we have a lot of illiterate people and a lot of verbal and theological fabrications and putting together of this, grandstandings and other things that could keep people from the pith of the truth of those stories and a lot of other things. So yeah, Maramai, it is diabolical. It is psychological. And at any time, depending on your lack of practice, it can be active. Why did we have to have an argument at breakfast? There was no reason. Well, guess who done climbed in her mind? Who's riding that bus? Take a look. See, it's like you pull up the hair and the silicone mask comes up. Hey, it's Mara. How you doing there, buddy? It's the force of delusion in the world. And then poof, there she is staring at you with a blank expression. Verbal fabrication comes next, and then how do you feel? Do you feel good? You feel good? And yet, if she wasn't there, the conversation wasn't there, and you're standing on top of a mountain looking at the sun come up, at the top of Jambudvipa, Tawatingsa, how do things look now? A little bit better. That wind, that fresh air, the birds singing. How does it feel now? A little bit better? It's a little bit different than down there. But yeah, samsara is what it is. It's changing forms and conditions. Changing forms and conditions outside and changing forms and conditions inside. Sometimes you catch the monkey mind, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you catch the Mara mind, sometimes you don't. And what's really tragic is the people that failed the test and then they're living in sort of a psychological and real manifested hell. Those people that they killed, that they thought were out to get them, or who knows what, Mara made them think so. They were just deluded. But now, these types of delusions stick here and elsewhere. That's what bad causality is all about. Bad causality. I like thinking of causality in chemical terms now that we're so advanced technologically. We can use these marvelous chemical analogies. All my chemists out there, there's not a single chemist that does not love causality. They're on board. Every last chemist is on board. Chemists love transformation. They love it so much they want to know why. And many of them have come very close in this time. But don't keep those principles locked away in chemistry, dear brothers and sisters. It's psychologically relevant. It's spiritually relevant. You can transform base metals into gold metaphorically. But you need the right substances to create the right causality for that to happen. That's the missing part. That's the missing part. That's where scientific research should be focused, right? Not looking for the Holy Grail, but looking for psychological transformation that really is real. It's not a joke. Like, see, a lot of annihilationist, materialist chemists, very deluded chemists, essentially. So, wow, yeah, they were so stupid. Trying to turn lead into gold, that's impossible. Well, yes and no. Right? We get down to the level of dark energy and atoms that aren't really all that fixed. And why can't we at some point in the future transform anything from anything? Just on a theoretical basis at this point, naturally. But see, that's why, they're sending me my Nobel Prize in Chemistry. Because, oh no, wait, I'll have to wait, I guess, 1,000 years for that. But see, I guess I would have to have that in order to be taken seriously by chemists that just scoff at such ideas today, like they did in the 15th century. Same type of scoffing, just different level of awareness. But imagine me being 500 years in the future, being here, and then having this conversation. How I feel. So yeah, ill will, look at that. That realm, second realm, once you've categorized it, do realize that it's going to take extended periods of monitoring and right view correction to get yourself from a bent out of shape kind of frame to a straight one, like an aluminum lightning bolt with millions of tolerances on all of the dimensions, versus a pretzel, a clump, banged up, busted up, mad about this, mad about that, don't like this, don't like that, don't like them, don't like you, don't like things, don't like people, don't like this world. Ooh, look at that paint job in this kind of messed up place you would be if you thought that way. You end that way. You live in the second realm. Is that not hell? Or a piece of it? A psychological equivalent of it, sort of? Isn't that a gothic comic bedlam in a kind of metaphorical sense? The second realm. It's not you, it's not yours, brothers and sisters. See it for what it is and let it go. And then you rise to the heavenly realms, the heavenly abodes. Oh, the music is flowing, it's good vibes. Nobody's got their head stuck in the past, like in the clouds, like in a fog of, I don't like this, that's not skillful, sorry. You're doubting your viewpoint, it's wrong view if you end up that way. Who won't admit it? Well, an ego won't admit it, so do away with that too. That's like the snobby maitre d' that doesn't treat the customers right, with no compassion, just thinks it knows everything better. You fire that dude. Hey, thanks for playing. But here, the customer is the most important thing, not you or your conceit or whatever you have or whatever you thought you wanted to get out of it. Because it's the customers that come first. You see how you make that principled transition to ethics based on philosophy? How it's just such an elegant, natural segue from the one to the other. Not forced, not top down, but grassroots level up, right? Microscopic roots that grow over time, but they require time. See, we are in a timed frame of mind. We have our mind in the 12-hour workday. Many of you out there, 24/7, you're working when you're not working. You're working that mind, you're looking at these screens, you're not decompressing. And there have been studies, people have fainted after reading them, how bad that is for mental health. Like they fainted. They had to be given resuscitation. And then when they woke up, they just started screaming because they didn't want to be in a dimension or world where people were so uncaring of their own minds that they would fail to cultivate them, but rather poison them instead. So don't make the wrong decision, dear brothers and sisters. See, every time I say that, people, they think I'm just making that up. I'm making it real every time I say that. I'm making it real because it wasn't real before. It was fake. I thought it was there, it wasn't. So then I said, well, the cupboard is bare. I best get into cultivation of that thing called compassion for fools. Because I myself was one of them, at least for a time. Many times, in fact. I was hit so many times, I lost count. Lost count. Like I tried to go back mathematically to quantify it. The number came up error, impossible. But that's no reason not to develop compassion. In fact, it is the reason to develop compassion. It's a vital reason for you. So you need that part, but then you need to let you and yours go when it comes into conflict with the practice. And that's when the battle happens. See, you thought you were tough, but your shadow, it's just as tough. That's the whole point. You don't have a contender that is more accomplished than your own shadow. So that is terrifying. And at the same time, that's inspirational, especially if you develop the light side and the shadow goes away. Because around you is an orb of pure light that extends out into the universe. A force field of pure goodness, pure wholesomeness, pure consciousness, pure awareness with right view. And no kilesas. The purest of pure, 100% 0.0 purity. No impurities. Now, the ego might come in your way in your instance to say, no, that's not possible, but that's you blocking yourself from connecting with Om. Allowing yourself to be overwhelmed with positive energy despite the irritations. That is the promise of the practice, and it not only promises, it does deliver. But you are the delivery person, so take care of yourselves. Slow things down. That's the point. Coming back to the point. We like to point at the Neanderthals and say, look at these primitive people, but just imagine if we did come from creatures like that, just imagine how slow their lives were with the rising and setting sun and the moon cycles and the stars and the seasons. That the concept of time was not the one we have now. And although the one we have now has certain material benefits, it seems to have been over-exaggerated into the human realms to the point that we have regulated mental health and practices that lead to that out of our lives without even realizing it, because these are frame-like conceptualities that wrap our realities in, that appear to be objective, but have a large subjective component that, if ignored, will be to the detriment of the person that does that. You don't take enough zinc, a similar kind of effect of decrepitude in the body, which can lead to hallucinations, premature death, cripplings, things of that nature. See, all medical personnel is on my side. At least the true ones that want to heal patients, not just claim to do that and maybe even do the opposite of that. No, not like that. I'm talking about Silk Road lost wisdom from possibly tens of thousands of years ago. And here you have a mob of fools that would trample that for egotistical reasons. And yet, what does it matter what purgatory accepts or doesn't at different points and periods of time in different locations with different audiences? The million Kalyanamitta, indisputable that it's true. It just can't be disputed. It's true. So, sinning against mankind is sinning against them on a basic, fundamental level. So why would you do that? It's sinning against yourselves, your own best interest. Mental health, social health, physical health. It's all a package that belongs together. It's called goodness. So why shouldn't the good have the good unless they're deluded about that? And see, that's that other realm, dear brothers and sisters. Delusion is one of the most powerful forces on earth, if not the most powerful, if we get right down to it. Why did the bad person do the bad thing? Well, they saw things the bad way, and they acted the bad way, and the results were bad. That's why. So, as terrifyingly horrible and simple that is, the opposite is also true, and that's where just lights go on in people's heads, and they are amazed with the true potentiality of this fortunate realm. That's how it has been described, for the reasons that, such as developing practice, goes beyond this existence by magnitudes that are unquantifiable. Now, we can thank quantum computing for giving us part of this insight, because it went through the numbers and that's what it flashed on the screen. Then I checked the numbers 100 times, and it turns out it's true. But see, nothing, if we look at a zero, we conceptualize it, it's neither true nor false. Essentially, it's a placeholder for what is not there, but too many people see the placeholder and not the nothingness. So that is like a membrane. If you do not puncture it, you remain captured in some subtle form of delusion, most likely. Some are less bad than others. Sometimes you can use it as your friend. Optimism is a form of positive delusionality in many ways, is it not? Now, some people might find that shocking to hear, but hear me out. I said it's a good way of using a potentially bad thing. So now 5 smart people got it. The rest of them are still in the dark. A hammer is really nothing but neutral, isn't it? As like a master carpenter, I'm using it for things that make people cry in the future. They're so miraculously beautiful and functional. But in my time, just a common, normal, vulgar condition, someone thinks I made too much noise because the walls weren't built thick enough. And so we're annoyed at my tapping and rapping on their door of their eardrums. So annoyance can come from anything. There's nothing special about that, but people make them special. And look how terribly wrong such deluded fools can be. Just look at that. It's people right now that they're baffled. They say there's no hope, there's no hope. They're screaming into the wind. But that's not true. Right? Just because part of these things that I'm saying are true, it's also partially not true, depending on one's practice. N'est-ce pas? Mon ami. So there are those that know they've graduated and those that Still trying to figure that out, but God bless them. The diligent ones might get there. The slothful ones, the torpituitous ones, I'm afraid, shall not. No matter how hard they try. I saw one the other day, they had a full backpack full of weights and was climbing up a mountain. It must have been 100 degrees in the hot sun. At some point, just lost consciousness and fell down into the canyon. They had to evac him out. Some say he's recuperating now, so God bless him, but he went at that mountain unskillfully, despite being skillful to a certain extent, just overestimating perhaps one's abilities to do it in one go. See, many have tried that, but not even the Buddha made it that way. And that's how he made it. Which is to say, with some massive setbacks at times. Some real misunderstandings with a lot of different people, especially in his family, that were considered to be kings, queens, princes, the most important people of the land, hands down. People that did, and most likely the Buddha was part of it, did make judgments regarding criminal acts and deeds. Because who else would do it if that was not their job? But the problem is with delusion, letting bad people go or punishing good people. And getting those things wrong, it's very bad causality, is it not? It is like some kind of poisonous gas versus perfume. So despite there being setbacks, despite people believing certain things that they no longer believe in fact they're embarrassed, like someone's like, what, you believed in that? Like they're so mortifiably embarrassed that the horrible delusional things they believed in and then wrecked a portion of their lives because of it, kind of. Recognition that slaps people in the face, like left and right, up and down, all day, like the Three Stooges. Which is why you can see it comedically and not tragically. And just, turn off the TV. You don't have to laugh at yourself forever if there's no self at the end. Just like a dusty backpack full of bricks is not really useful during free climbing exercises. That's how that boulder that millions have died on, and some people don't even attempt. For you, it's like cutting through hot butter. It's not hard, but for them, it's impossible. So, but when was that not true in purgatory? It really does help having that GPS download. My coordinates are exact. Their coordinates, they're pie in the sky, aren't they? Or not in the sky, pie in the hole. See, that's a country music song I'm working on right now. It's going to be one hell of a melody, too. But look, that don't matter. We can be deceived. We can be deceived for good and bad things. I think on the mammalian side, there's certain kinds of mistakes one can make that in retrospect, were they really mistakes, or was it probably better anyway that way? See, good causality, good deeds, but we can't really figure out why. We try to find a reason. And we can just say, hey, it was God's plan. There we go. Isn't that fun? See, Brahma, I love Brahma and Brahma loves me. Kind of relationship versus I hate Brahma, I deny he exists, and he hates me. But why? Why? You have two choices. Why pick the burnt up thing? See, some people don't think the other choice exists, or they don't think it's true, or they don't put in enough effort for right view. To get it, they don't get there. They stay with their awful, the refuge. They're just eating it one spoonful at a time. They need to put the fork down. And clean themselves off, go through the purification rituals. I know my ladies, they're doing the 56 bows every day since 2 minutes ago. But taking a shower every 3 days, make it a little bit hotter than you would and purify your mind and body at the same time. Make it real. And then, when you get out of that shower, you are purified. You're a different person, a better person, a more synchronicitous, holistic, purified kind of person. You're enthusiastic, you're vital, you're refreshed kind of person. Refreshed and refreshing. But there's a lot of changing forms and conditions all around in here. And if you get dusty or dirty, be sure to wash that off too. Because that's the kilesas. And you ever get caught in like a phone booth or a compartment with somebody that hasn't washed themselves maybe in 1 or 2 years, and that stink, that ammonia. People are like retching in their hands right now. That's the equivalent of not putting in right practice. There's no point for you to stink that way except for neglect or ignorance. Throw open that window, let that fresh air in. Let Brahma in your life. Let that Om just spread out and become realer and realer and realer and realer and realer for you each my movement going forward, because you do manifest that electricity intentionally. Didn't come to you delivered by mail kind of thing. It's self-generated, self-actualized, self-liberated. As someone wrote in, it was like, good and bad, those are just labels, you should know that. It's just all just... can't really tell the difference. I was like, wait a second, stop. Come on, let's not be stupid here. See, this happens in theological questions, but let's break it down real simple, real quick, shouldn't we? Because nobody's got time to argue with a bunch of fools about good and bad. Let's make it simple. So when was the last time you had some really bad food? Now, some of you, you're eating bad food all the time. You might not have any idea. But let's just say on a mammalian level, just what you think is bad. Come on. What is, you can think back. When was something you tasted, it tasted funny, you're like, ugh. Something like that. Like really visceral, where you might have even felt sick. Like you wanted to eat it, because maybe you needed the calories because maybe you hadn't eaten in a while, or you're really hungry and maybe you planned that it would be good, but it went bad in the bag, and then you open it up and it's a hot bunch of nonsense. You can't eat that. It's bad food. It's bad food, and it'll do bad things to you if you eat it. It's not just bad tasting in many cases. It is chemically disastrous for your internal parts. You eat E. coli, for example, which is essentially poo-poo. You can get deathly ill and in fact die from that. So your instincts are really trying to help keep you alive by letting you know that before you even eat bad food, that you spit it out if it's bad. Now see, these things are clear in that case, but see, the problem is with morality, right? That's a level of complexity and subtlety higher that people don't think that the same rules as bad food applies to bad thoughts and deeds. Because this bardo is just one of many, but what you do here and what you become has lasting implications. But if you don't want to get crazy with that, just break it down to psychology. It has lasting implications on your attitude, that's all. Hey, this person should be in a great mood, is in a bad mood. Why is that? Well, causality. But no, what are they doing? They're blaming something outside their subjective realm for polluting their subjective realm. They haven't broken the causality of that with right effort and right view, have they? So it's in play. And are they disappointed, irritated, grumpy? Yes? Well, that's why. Now you know. Oh, but that part about right effort and right view, that you didn't know about that until now. So those 56 bows, that's something you can think about 56 times. Because the human mind forgets some of the better things it knows, especially how to cook an excellent souffle of thoughts and the preparation that goes into that, and not overcooking it, not undercooking it, all those nuances of thought and mind and chitta and soul kind of thing, that really does matter a lot, and as far as attitudinals go. The cultivated people that just look smashingly brilliant in their tailored, well-fitting, comfortable clothes, and then the irritating, crass, mismatched, buffoonish kind of personages and ideas and attitudes that can become fashionable for a time, even determinant in very low, misguided places, whether they be common, normal, and vulgar or not, are, not above the absurdist module, are they? So do look and laugh, but don't be one. I.e. patuginistic. I never heard that word yet. There you go, a lot of dumb people at this time. They think they know how to read and write, but do they really? Ask them to write something, and then read it with the spelling mistakes, the grammatical errors. Analyze how they think. This is the best they can do. You're surrounded by common people like that. It's very common. It's not common to write something like Shakespeare on the first go. Like, people that common people really hate for very low reasons, misguided reasons. But does that really matter? What is so special about that if nobody makes that special, or if there's no self in the game anyway? Who's supposed to win a battle that never existed? So what happens in samsara, i.e. purgatorial kinds of conditions or situations? Well, misperceptions happen. I said this and they thought I said that. I meant this, but they thought I meant that. But what are they doing? They're essentially projecting their ill will into an external and then applying the label to you. Or what you said. See, you and yours said that, and you must have meant that, but really they're trapped in their own attitudinals, subjectively, mental health-wise, or mentally detrimentally wise, as is the case in neo-barbarianism. I think that should be considered a defining feature of it. The only thing that is lacking today is the failure to recognize that it was never meant to be good. By the people who launched it like a Scud missile, and continue to do so up until this late stage. But just like Saddam's little arsenal got petered out at some point, I do believe the same will happen to neo-barbarianism, but just hasn't happened yet. They pop out of their little bunkers and shoot and scoot and go back, and it's sort of like that. But yeah, as long as they claim they're doing the right thing for the world, they're very moralizing, dogmatic kind of people with new agey kinds of presentations of themselves. So you want to be a cool person, then don't make sure you don't say anything that doesn't sound, we don't say it's cool. Yikes. I mean, chicken coopism down to a T. But yeah, the people who taught them a bunch of nonsense, they're nonsense too. So spreading nonsense, that's a lot of bad karma, and it does come back. If not in this lifetime, how about never being reborn into the human realm? I think that's something that is very plausible for indescribably large numbers of people, if you consider antiquity to be a benchmark. But that's neither here nor there. How many potatoes in the pile that's been standing around under bad management are rotten? Can a farmer give me an analogy that works, that they understand as far as people, potatoes, and mounds of them and their mismanagement and wastage goes, based on ludicrous policy decisions and absurdist, not above absurdist tastes, proclivities, ideas, what do you want to call them, plausible deniabilities. But all the potatoes are rotten. So what does that mean? We have so many people and only 10% are edible. Who's responsible? Is it the farmer's fault? Or what? Maybe he brought it to a facility and they did that. You see, there's these chains and delivery mechanisms, and if one part doesn't work, all those people starved unnecessarily. So is it rocket science? Not really. Is growing potatoes complex? It is. You get a Patugina straight out of the university, tell them to make some potatoes, watch how they fail. Despite their big smarts, they feel. If they were running things, we would all die in a very short period of time. But see, these people got old and kept encapsulated in non-feedback loops, and so the conceit is large, like a horse pill, that they won't swallow for existential, psychological reason. They feel, as a class. But whose problem is that? Maybe a few of them can wander off into the wilderness and make the right effort to see things differently and do things differently than they have in the past. Isn't that the promise of civilization and civil society? A promise that can deliver, has delivered in places, random places, not so random places around the world for centuries, but, pathogenistic, delusional kinds of know-it-alls of today don't seem to grasp that, not even remotely. Yet they have the podium, and that's it. They know better, period. Kind of, again, not above absurdist module ruminations, reflections, and some such things. But that's fine. Samsara does not have to make sense. I think, put that on a t-shirt, send me some royalty. Samsara doesn't have to make sense. So check out my GPS. It just brought me to that. Where are you again? Still there? Oh, you're still there? Oh. How unfortunate for you. You didn't get the download. You don't know where you are. How unfortunate. Can somebody send a helicopter? Yeah, they walked in the completely wrong direction. They were stamping through the brush, and now they're stranded. Yeah, they're stuck. Yeah. They got no water, no food. One of their little booties got ripped off, and they're walking barefoot. Oh wait, that doesn't happen in real life? These people died terribly? Yeah, no, I'm not going to be the one to point them in that direction. No. I point them back. Like, religion, is important, sort of like a tire iron, and a spare tire if you're driving through punctuous terrain, such as samsara. But they say, no, that's a bad thing. You see the label? Who would do that? Well, Mara would. Mara-minded people would. Did they do it? Of course they did. Do they think that they should be understood that way? Of course they don't. Does that need to make sense in samsara? Not at all. But see, the automatic thing about karma is people that do that do not profit in the end, which is why people were steered towards religious principles for very long periods of time. Like longer than a Patujana's lifetime, kind of long. But a narcissistically captured Patujana or class of them might not think so. So would that be understandable? I suppose stranger things have happened here. Someone wrote in, it was like, how do you maintain such an excellent attitude in times such as these? Thank you. That's a great question. Well, it isn't without immense amounts of superhuman effort. That's the short of it. But for a highly sensitive person, well, we see just so much more than the deaf, dumb, and blind, or their pseudo-intellectual, tyrannical sadist kind of ways and explanations and shimshammeries, and we just see straight through that. So, but with no attachments, and we don't see them as the final result, just changing forms and conditions. Like the people 100 years ago had much more civility, now they don't, and in 100 years it could be 10 times better. Sometimes you have to take the long view. Pull out your frame 1,000, 10,000 years if you have to. But whatever samsaric, curmudgeonly, disappointing, absurdist elements might be in your direct vicinity, that means nothing. When you walk outside and there's bricks and asphalt and all different types of paving, do you expect it to be perfect the entire time? Because if you do, and over focus on the rickety parts, the shabby parts, the broken parts, the mal-constructed parts, you're not going to have a nice, leisurely, relaxing kind of walk. You're going to be in the tunnel of disappointment, not the tunnel of love. And whose fault would that be? Is it the pavement's fault? That contractor's fault that you don't know? That laborer's part? That person's ill will or stupidity, or just the ravages of time? Perhaps in the middle of winter when it was under 3 feet of snow, a plow hit it. And that's why it looks messed up. A lot of things just have either the maintenance they require to maintain them or they don't. It's perfectly neutral. This world is not perfect. Your expectations of perfection are imperfect. Coming back to what that man, Siddhartha Gautama, said, he said this is a fortunate place despite all of that, which he knew better than anyone else. That's his conclusion. Now, why did he say that? He saw at the end the benefit of it, and it outweighed the detriment of it. And that, going back millions and millions and millions of lives, of which, if you listen to some of these stories that he said that he experienced, in the bardos at least, they're bone-chilling. They're bone-chilling. They're flabbergasting. They're surprisingly horrifying. But we're talking about northern India here, so Patujanas that have no concept of what a horrifying place that has been for many, 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 many centuries. They're out of their depth entirely when they have first world problems, as they're called now euphemistically. People are laughing out loud at this comedy. See, you can't hear it, but I can hear on certain mountaintops, people are screaming with joy because they freed themselves from many delusions, such as everything needs to be perfect down here, because how would you attain skill if that was the case? Such as the clown and his crew at the village border that tried to decimate an old man with a cane, but encountered a legendary master instead that whipped all of their butts. They came in, their crew, They look fresh. They looked crisp. They got the bejesus knocked out of them. That's just like when the chalices pop up from time to time. And a lot of them, they ain't ever coming back. If they beleaguered the village, they just disappear one day. The villagers rejoiced and planted double the crops they did the year before. And nobody knows why except maybe one or two. And they're screaming, Dutangamongs, Dutangamong. That's how legends get started. But not all of them make it to the stage of the old wise master. They don't make it to Lao Tzu's level, do they? There are so many dead people behind me, I cannot count them all. Grains of sand at the beach, at least. Many of them submerged in the stupidest of delusional follies that could possibly be imagined. That's what they did in a time of thinking they knew more than they did, but ended up just with conceit. And we know where that leads. Is it paradise? Are you in the Garden of Eden? Where does that lead? Is that the fruit of the tree of knowledge that you failed the test? Is that where you end up? Ooh, that's bad. You see, not only did you fail the test of samsara, now you know it too. So, how shall you be reborn as a human if that is the case? Do you feel that revolving door hitting you in the butt right now? Because that's what bad people feel. Good people, they're far away from that revolving door. They weren't that conceited. They didn't listen to the snake. See, that's that Kalyana Minta, right? They didn't listen to him. They saw that thing coming. They said, no. What are you saying? No. That's what they said. And so they did not go that way, did they? Not in this delusional, many times mind-bogglingly disappointing and retrograde kind of place. And not psychologically either. So win-win. But you're not out of this bardo until you are, and then, well, it's all conjecture after that point. Now that's the point where really dumb people use doubt to not be skillful. But skillful people don't do that. That is one major difference. So getting back to attitudinals, I think that's it. At least just one part of it. Someone wrote in, well, I often hear you talk about politics and then Buddhism, and how do you square that circle? Because a lot of people, especially very limited people, don't seem to know how to do both or understand both. Thank you. Well, this is a tricky subject, to be sure. And in Buddhism, I believe the best way that they go about it is that they have two concepts. One is a fully enlightened Buddha that is, for example, like a spiritual genius, and then they have what is called the wheel-turning monarch. So ideally, which is to say a world leader or a national leader or a tribal leader, let us not forget that one of the very auspicious titles of the Buddha is the Sakyamuni. That is how he was known, the wise man of the Sakya, his tribe. So that was one of his titles. Now, as a wise man, you could say he was essentially someone like a Merlin or a consultant or a spiritual guide, a spiritual leader. But he did not have in his time his equivalent as a leader, a king, in the form of a wheel-turning monarch. Now, if you want to see or consider from a historical standpoint who that could have been in a Buddhist concept, or a Buddhist kind of history, you might be able to call King Asaka a wheel-turning monarch to a certain extent in his time, in his context, in that he made decisions that led to a lot of good things happening. See, it's all about causality. So spiritual causality can have worldly implications, and worldly causality can have spiritual implications. If you have barbarians come in and burn down the monasteries, that is not good for Dhamma. That is not good for the people. That is not good for, let's say, people finding enlightenment in samsara. So, ergo, it is bad. We can say that. And on the other hand, worldly attachments, becoming overly attached with worldly things to the point that you would prioritize them over spiritual liberation, that's bad too. So the ultimate idea is a combination of spiritual and worldly enlightenment. And there's a congruence with causality. A company X that has a wise leader, the people are well taken care of, and that is also in mind and body. So they're not being lied to, they're not being mistreated, they're not importing slave labor from other places that causes all different types of horrible genocidal causality, such as Jambudvipa has proven over time since the Buddhist time. There's been a lot of bad causality based on the lack of, let's say, a wheel-turning monarch in those parts. Perhaps King Asaka was the last one, or Asoka. See, I would say, in my opinion, it was probably the last good king of India. And that's been a long time ago. So as far as the conditions there, they're very close to hellish, like the hell realms in many places. Like someone I heard recently flew into Calcutta, the stench of feces was so overpowering that they got off the plane and then had to book a ticket back because they were throwing up in like a bag because the air made it impossible not to think that there wasn't something like a plate of diarrhea right underneath their chin as far as the stench went. So bad leadership, bad causality, bad views, bad deeds, they all sort of fit together if you get to causality. So I think the problem with religious people and religious orders is their tendency to over-focus on the religious spiritual aspects, and then not to see that Buddhism also accounts for a worldly aspect, and that ideally both should be in unison. Good leadership provides for good spiritual guidance, and a good condition, so good as possible, but not necessarily putting the emphasis on material well-being, if that makes any sense. Like capitalism and materialism, that's not what a wheel-turning monarch would consider to be a great achievement. It's not about material goods. It's about, for example, living in harmony with citizens of the country and defending it from bad influences like bad thoughts. Here's a thought. Hey, these bandits want to take over a large territory and murder and destroy and burn down things. Wouldn't it be great if when they tried that, they all just disappeared like bad thoughts? Poof, it doesn't happen. Well, why didn't it happen? Well, because the wheel-turning monarch put in adequate measures and put in right effort with right view. And because he was doing that and the people were following him, just like your mind follows good directions versus bad ones. Like, here I am, I got directions to build a table, but all the directions are wrong. I don't have a table and I wasted my money, and now look at the causality. I'm really angry all the time. You see how that works? Versus, hey, I got instructions, they're clear, they're concise, they work. I built the table. I've had this table 15 years. It still looks great. I don't regret paying 1 penny for it. I thought I paid a little bit too much for it. I didn't. It's cheap. In retrospect, I underpay. You see? So ideally there would be a congruence. Now, knowing that we're in purgatory, yeah, the whole wide world, that might be too much. Okay? But parts of the world that are civilized, going from the micro environment to the local community, to regions, to institutions, to countries, to kingdoms, kind of causality connection. There's no contradiction there. But unfortunately, because, when you're talking about religious orders, you often get people that are over-focused just on that, and they tend to have some conceits as far as worldly business goes, because they are renunciants, that they oftentimes go a little bit over the middle path and adopt just a completely lackadaisical kind of per se renunciation of everything, which, to their credit, is what they more or less should or have to do, because many of them are not capable of doing both. And if they try, like the Devadatta example, they often mess it up. On the other hand, yeah, the wheel-turning monarch that just comes up with a religion just based off of feelings or something, that often doesn't work either. So it's best when both sides respect each other and don't go too far, either in dismissing the wheel-turning monarch, or the wheel-turning monarch dismissing the otherworldliness of religious people, because that is the danger for him. So ideally, there would be congruence and synchronicity, but just like, when was the last time there was a Buddha on earth? Asked the Dalai Lama. 2,600 years ago. So when was the last time we had a good political leader or king? Do we got any academics that haven't had their heads put in the sewer or put in the toilet and flushed 100 times anywhere on this planet? Like, what do they say? We'll have to find them. I mean, for all intents and purposes, all right, look, for me, I'm going to say George Washington, at least from the American side, that he was sort of close to a wheel-turning monarch for the American people. Look at that $1 bill, people. I'm not lying. Other people see it the same way. And when I look back, and historians look back, look, he made the right decision for a lot of people, and they had really great causality based on that. Great living conditions, lots of prosperity in real terms. I mean, monetary terms, who knows, but a lot of people had their own property, were not being taxed, or let's say, run into the ground financially, like were the usurious kinds of Mesopotamian or aristocratic systems, where you were just like a landless peasant serf that had to pay taxes to the bigwig kind of system. At least for, let's say, 150 years, I think we can thank George Washington for the prosperity of the country from, let's say, 1776 until, let's see, when was, the U.S. globoed, I would say, until the Kennedy assassination, just overlooking Roosevelt and Wilson as anomalies. Let's just say till the Kennedy assassination. Now, since then, nothing, bupkis, as far as leadership goes. In fact, the opposite, a predatory class of, do-nothings and predators. A luxury class. Misdirected class, globally involved in misadventures class. Divorced from the people class. So now in the case of Jambudvipa, which is the new old name of the Indian subcontinent, we're talking about Ashoka, so that you can see how long these things are. But then people would say, oh, well, that's a long time. Well, yeah, how about the religious equivalent, Buddha? That's 2,600 years ago. Now, if you want to say Jesus was equivalent, or at least a mouthpiece of the Buddha, then we're talking, 2,025 years ago. Plus minus, or let's just say 2,000 years ago. So that's a long damn time, people. See, comedy is not far from these matters. And tragedy either, but I prefer comedy. So theoretically, you would have both, or you would have two, let's say, groups, if you want to make it more abstract, that are working together to create good causality, starting in the microenvironment or on the individual level, all the way up to, let's say, a consensus of values that are congruent with the teachings of the Buddha. See, that's the good thing. We still have these teachings. We don't necessarily need the Buddha himself, but we do need reliable, let's say, transmitters of true Dharma and not religious operators in disguise or funky guru-like kinds of individuals that Jambudvipa is known to produce. So, which also drove the religion out of the entire continent, essentially. So, yeah, that's pretty dramatic historical fact. So, bad causality, just like the recent wildfires in Los Angeles, they can have devastating consequences, and they can start off small, like a little group of oligarchs or hateful, despotic kinds of ideologies, disinformational bubbles, you name it. Science, this is not just people pointing fingers, it's essentially political science, right? Bad people coming together doing bad things, and what are the results? Oops, it's scientific causality again. Badness. Now, before people get too crazy, yeah, the opposite is also true. Good people doing good things leads to, goodness. So the main thing is not being deceived on those matters. What is goodness? See, you'll have 4 Patujas stand up. Hey, I know what goodness is. Me getting rich. Hey, yay. And then, you'll have 50 of those stand up. Yeah, that's what I want. Doing the funky chicken dance. So, purgatory is fraught with countervailing forces. The forces of idiocy, the forces of greed, ill will, and delusion, right? Essentially, that's what idiocy is. But it also has the opposite of that. See, if we were to be too pessimistic, we would be in the delusional realm, just like we would be if we were too optimistic. Hey, the Buddha just showed up and everyone just was memorized with what he said. But no, that's not what happened. He was almost killed multiple times. He was betrayed. His loving wife, I'm sure, went into tirades against everything he was trying to do. I'm almost 99.999% certain that's what happened. Despite all the airbrushing of nice people that happen to be religious and keep that tradition alive. So that's the problem with religious people, is they have big blind spots as far as the worldly game goes, which is like I said, good and bad. If they know their limits and they accept those limits, the Buddha accepted those limits. He said, look, I am not a wheel-turning monarch. I don't accept the kingdom of my father. I relinquish it. I renounce it. That's what he did. Okay. But that doesn't mean he couldn't have, or let's say, have been a help to other monarchs, because he was. In fact, they sought him out after he became or recognized what he was. Other people came to him for advice. And we have some stories, but we don't know how that was transferred into policies. And maybe it stopped, let's say, some of the genocidal tendencies there to the point that we're talking about Dhamma today just because they took a few initiatives that we don't know about, that allowed maybe 3 monks to run for their lives in some horrific century so that we have accurate source material of this treasure, intellectual, spiritual, religious treasure, far exceeding the value of a lot of Patujanistic undertakings. But it almost was extincted like Atlantis. So there's really not a lot of assurities in purgatory. But just think of how many people the practice has helped versus the forces of total evil and imbecility that, if they had succeeded, would have robbed people of that light. And so for religious people to say that, well, we just should forget about the worldly dimension entirely, I think they're being a little bit irresponsible. Like I said, I don't think that's the middle path for them to go that far. That's a radical position to take. Just like the wheel-turning monitor. Oh, religion? Schmidgen, I'm an atheist. I hate religion, right? It says I can't have 100, or having 100 prostitutes is not wise. Bah humbug, right? They are all over the place right now. It's so funny. See, before people just assumed that there were terrible people doing terrible things. Now they're on tape. Like, of course, they have public relations teams trying to deflect that, explain, doing, monkey bars and monkey gym kinds of activities to explain away what they're doing. Oh, no, we're not doing that. We're doing this. We're not, taking over these people's political infrastructure. We're building for the future. We're helping all of mankind. Like, okay, yeah, sure. I read it in the papers. What is it? Buy the rumor, sell the news. Pravda, yeah. What is it? Istina or Pravda? Figure it out. Russians sort of used to know. What do they believe now? Probably nothing. They're all cynical. Nothing can work. Bah, humbug. Well, why are they like that? Why is that bad causality there? Well, they've been treated horribly. They don't believe in any truth now. They're essentially insane. So what can insane people do? Well, a lot of insanity, that's for sure. So driving people insane with lies and malpractice and unfairness and despotism is not good for the world, friends. Because you can be in your nice little garden and then all of a sudden a tank rolls in and one of those crazy people just opens up with a 50 cal and then a missile comes. And what happened to your nice place again? So getting these matters wrong is very, 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 very bad. And you don't know, just like the fall of India, like where that badness will lead to and how long it can last. And in terms of human suffering, also unquantifiably bad. Hellish conditions. Below, and subjectively too. Why? Well, if we want to be neutral about it, mismanagement. Okay? The store taken over by greedy people, run into the ground, employees treated poorly, treated like slaves. Like we know how people, pathogenas that get pumped up, essentially malignant narcissists. We know how they act, that they've been categorized. We know everything they do. They've been intensely studied. They exist. And that's how they act. And they often gravitate towards things that don't belong to them. They're rule breakers. Oh, this is this country's political system. Let me just butt my way right in and try redefine it according to my taste. That kind of a way about them. So, taxing people into the ground, either via taxes or usury. It doesn't matter if you're paying $2,000 for a broom closet. What kind of life are you going to be living? Is it going to be good? Is it going to be a good one? How'd that happen? Well, changing forms and conditions, but essentially horrible management. For example, there's just a free market. That happens, so evolution. And then times that by millions of people living essentially as slaves. And then look at that ill will. Where will that blow up and when and how? Is that going to be good? And who got what? Went straight into some hole of a bank account and nobody else got anything, not even a trickle-down effect? How is that good management? Well, the malignant narcissist thinks it's amazing, and his whole crew. That's it. So, did it happen in Jambudvipa? Is it happening today? Where's the wheel-turning monarch to set it all right? Well, we don't know. He could be delayed. His chariot wheel could be in the repair shop. But finally, we don't have to dismiss the possibility. Ultimately, it would be good to have both, right? Enlightened religious direction and practice, and enlightened worldly management and affairs. Not taking too much, right? Not doing too little. A happy medium of both. Now, people are standing up right now like, hey, where do I sign up for that? I want part of that. Well, I put out #mobilize, but again, when you mobilize forces, it could be mixed karma. I think King Ahsoka, he really did want to do more, but it came down to the peel of a Marabellum at the end. And yet, do you see 2,000 or how many thousands of years later, you heard that story. So, how much of a fool was he? What did he do compared to other people? Where is he versus them? So that's a wholesome thing to contemplate. I think it really is, especially in times where just, again, worst people in the world have had just a ride that has been globally documented, that is, I would hope in thousands of years to come will be put in textbooks of what not to do. They did it in our time. Coming back to Moramind for a moment. Whenever you find yourself feeling very dejected, or your mind over-focusing on something horrible or something disturbing, that's essentially Moramind. So the monkey mind can run from this thing to that thing, But the Mara mind is essentially the thing that is causing the disturbance, the agitation, and also the attachment to that agitation, or the imbuing of it with importance. Like, no, I can't look away from this. This is the thing that's happening right now. I have to, this is very important. That type, see the chain on the weight devil card? You're chained. You want to be free. You want to be free, but your mind keeps going back to the Mara mind, because Mara is strong in this realm. Stronger than the little humans he has at his grumpy goat feet. Stronger. Look, big arms, right? Big horns, big wings, flies right into your mind. This is important. Don't look away. Or how about just entire futures of a world filled with heinous crimes, such as are prevalent all over the place right now, but our minds are filled with Mara mind. There's not even a ray of hope. See, Mara saw that ray of hope. He plastered it up. No, that won't happen. That can't happen. That won't. Not me. No, not me. I gave up a long time ago. Mara, he has me at his feet, at his beck and call. Oh, what am I thinking about now? Oh, horrible thing. Oh, yes, that's me and mine. There's no optionality. There's no choice. I can't run away. I can't walk away. That's the state of mind where you can wake up, be aware of it. See, when the Buddha saw it, he said, I see you, Mara. He made the difference. He gained parity on a psychological level, or superiority by seeing it. That was the first step. But just like the monkey mind, oh, where's my camera? Whoa, it's 5:30 in the morning. I wasn't expecting that. The little monkey jumped in. I recommend everyone go to Sri Lanka if they haven't already and see those little monkeys do what those monkeys do. Very instructive. Watch those cameras. Here's someone taking a selfie and boom, my phone. Hey, give me my phone back. Nobody even taught them to do that. They just on a mammalian level, they're like, okay, they're holding something. It sort of looks like food. It must be valuable. They have little hands like we do, these humans. I'm going to go grab that. Monkeys can't use your damn phone. Can't eat it. They don't know that. They do it anyway. Monkey mind. Yeah, but that's different than Mara mind. But they work together, the monkey mind and the Mara mind. See? Okay, I see. The Buddha saw the Mara there, but then Mara went, oh, you see me here? Poof. How about this thought? You think you're so enlightened? Well, what about this memory of, let's say, some kind of war-like condition that the Buddha was likely involved in? Or this kind of memory where he was surrounded by dancers and drugs. Or poof, this kind of memory, right? That kind of memory. See, we don't get really into those details, but we could assume if he was a human being like us, that he had similar experiences, and that they kept coming back. But he got to the level where he kept seeing them come back and then dropping them. Because aren't they illusionary? Come on. It's a Punch and Judy show of your mind. What is transporting you to bad things? Oh no, that's me and mine. That's what the Patujana, the ignorant fool, would say. Not the practitioner. No, not even a basic practitioner would say that. No, that's more mine. That is a psychological phenomenon. Those bat wings, you see, whoosh, flew right into you between your ears and put that vision, that thought, that greed, ill will, delusion into your mind. It's that close. But it's not you and it's not yours. And you have to keep coming back, reestablishing that truth, overcoming the delusion within, and reclaiming your sanity, just one my moment at a time, from a ferocious opponent, a ferocious tester of souls. At times. And notice this, the severity of it. See, just like ill will or anger, the severity of these visions is a help to you, because at some point you can just take a step back and be like, wait a second. Everything in my microenvironment, my 1 meter monastery, is perfect or good enough. Why in the world would I be thinking about and working myself up about this? See? Boom. What the hell am I looking at? Who is it? What is it? That's right. The flaming arrows disappear in midair. You've reached a level of awareness that most people don't have. You have a supernormal insight at that moment. But I can't tell you what that moment will be, where it will be, when it will come, and what it will look like, because that could be anything. And is anything. At any time. But are you prepared for it now that you heard that these things can happen, that this is what happens, this is how it works? Can you see it now? Maybe you didn't see it 10 minutes now. Where is it happening? Where is it working? What is drawing you into these places? What is really destroying your life? Is it attitudinos? What are they based on? Three-brain creatures. Thinking about this, thinking about that, seeing things this way, not seeing them that way. Focusing on this, not focusing on that. Wrong view. Wrong effort equals Marama. That's where many people reside. People are throwing themselves up against the wall and screaming in jail cells all around this world right now. It's all in their minds. So, some people might think that this type of practice is not beneficial or useful or valuable. They dismiss it. But other people, the very different people than that, they prize it. What type of person are you? So you think this is all just fun and games in purgatory? Well, what if I told you you only have 2 minutes left to live? What then with your worldliness? What will you take with you? if not this insight? What if you never hear another human word? And all those visions, all those aversions, all those desires stay with you instead. What then? 2 minutes left to live. Decide. Someone wrote in, said that thing with the wheel-turning monarch and the religious practitioners or religious leadership not really understanding that. And it's also confusing. Can you say a few more words? Thank you. Yeah, it is confusing. And Patujanas are very limited. And religious practitioners, many of them are very limited. I do discuss at length the roid phenomenon in postmodern times, which is probably one of the most despicable things that has ever come to my attention. But, in this worldly realm, religious operators in disguise, that's the acronym. Shouldn't surprise anyone, because worldly, despicable people like being praised, like a malignant narcissist does. And a lot of them are soft, comfortable, and don't do much outside of what they do. And so some of them can become snooty and snobby and disdainful. Even if it's just a couple of degrees, and if they went through the leftoid utopianist conditioning and aren't deeply ashamed of themselves for that, and use poisonous sociological terms as if they have some kind of reality to them other than the kind that charlatans use, then they're really sort of foolish to that degree. Some would say reprehensibly foolish. I seem to see it in sort of a greater context. I've personally listened to some practitioners that I would say were 95% okay. It's just that 5% that is just very off-putting. But see, they do it for political reasons, even if they don't say it, because otherwise screamy people will make their days more difficult for them. So that's why they make these concessions. But of course, they should realize that the screamy people engaging in Darvo are not the victims, they're the offenders. But, these religious people, they're sort of timid, and these types of terroristic kinds of organizations and agents and unknowing stooge-like actors, it's all very worldly and complicated and messy, and they would rather just practice in peace, wouldn't they? So, look, that is their karma, isn't it? It's mixed. And as far as I know, they aren't claiming to be the Buddha or a Buddha. And although they sort of throw around terms like Arhat and stuff like that, they're not that either. So it doesn't really matter what they think. They're just sort of middling, plodding, less or more accomplished kind of people. I would still put them on the super normal scale, to the extent that what they say is wise. It's just, look, we can't expect perfection in these matters, especially the level of dupery, the brain duncing and dunkings that a lot of them got. Many of them coming out of a defunct university system. And they haven't really come to terms with that because it's a shadoic kind of hypnotized side effect of the method that was employed or deployed on them. But if we think of good practice or the knowledge of good practice, if we make the comparison to medicine, let's say pure practice is pure 100% efficacious penicillin as a metaphor. And they are the distributors of that. The Silk Road miracle cure for Kalesas, that if barbarians attack the supply lines and kill all of the medical personnel, that the equivalent in world cultural terms manifests itself. So if they don't take some worldly precautions and other people don't take precautions, then essentially they are, and the others that are responsible for good causality are in effect criminally negligent on some level. Because they also didn't just were born with that medical training that they received, and to just allow themselves to be eliminated off the face of Jambudvipa or purgatory isn't really good, would it be? Like the people who ran in the middle of the night through the jungle with the Tripitaka on their back, those kind of people were better than the ones that didn't do that. That were too comfortable, that didn't get it, were spaced out, zoned out, bliss junkies, high on their own supply kind of people, having lost the purpose of the whole thing kind of people. The responsibility, the Hippocratic oath kind of thing that they neglected. They just assumed that, well, they're so good that everyone would see the benefit in what they're doing and engage in unwise, unskillful, and finally genocidal behavior based on their own stupine passivity. So what part of non-delusionality is that? Huh? They're against delusion? That's what they say. But were they that? Because pragmatic people is sort of what I understand non-delusional people to be. Like, oh, well, there's an army of barbarians. I sort of am, oh, here's another one, aware of that fact. So maybe we need to do this, that, and the other thing so we don't experience the horrendous causality of that. If we can mitigate it even by 5%, it's better we do that than nothing. See how that worldliness, how the wheel turning kind of contingent can enlighten the enlighteners? Sometimes, like, oh, you wanted to turn on the light bulb, you hit the switch a couple of times. Look, there was a junction box at the road I had to do. That's why it wasn't working. You see, you get these academics and space cadets, and they think, well, they're just, they're making medicine, and they're taking their little pills that they make for themselves, and some people show up, and they hand them out. They did everything. They don't need to do nothing more. Yeah, there's pills that they're hoarding. They could help a lot of people. That if there was a little bit better logistics, would have a much better causality than them just essentially doing a whole lot of nothing, which is fine. Like, we're not going to change the reality of purgatory, but by a diffuse kind of prolific approach, we might help people in the future that we wouldn't have expected to help, because that happened and not the opposite of that, if that makes any sense. Now, coming back to King Ahsoka for a second. One of the problems with his strategy was he so vastly and quickly expanded the enterprise that it led to a split between Theravada and Mahayana. And it led to contention, and a lot of trainers or practitioners were not very well trained. And I think that is a very real criticism. I do see that. And yet, still, even if we think of the Mahayana school as something else than Theravada, and in many ways perhaps questionable, let's not forget the Zen school or the Soto school that came of that. And are Buddhists fighting amongst themselves now? Or practitioners? Why would they do that? Like, what? Wait, what? Who? Who's better than who? Why again? Who does that? So, there's imperfect implementations of that. And these matters do require a lot of care and attention to detail and implementation, but life is not perfect. I think a good enough strategy would probably be good enough. But if it's not good enough, see, that's where we're talking about Jambudvipa again. It was not a good enough strategy under the circumstances, despite having Valanda, in my opinion. But what is my opinion? Views and opinions, right? I guess that's a worldly opinion in a certain sense. But just in terms of causality, like I said, I think if people are being realistic, they can agree to that point. And so returning to the principle and concept of changing forms of conditions, if it can be changed in such a way, like there was a desolate, crazy place that did not have a monastery. But then there was a monastery founded there, and then 100 years later, people are so thankful for that they might donate all of their worldly wealth to that, to the extent that maybe it's has or presides over trillions of dollars in today's terms. Then that's changing forms and conditions, but for good, instead of a mob of Mongols came in, burnt everything down and killed everyone, and stamped the fragments of that Institute of Higher Learning into meters of dust that needed to be excavated hundreds of years later to prove that it actually existed, kind of changing forms and conditions. So I'm just saying, if life on this planet is long and we're not the last expression of it, if perhaps some of us might be doomed to live future lives on this place, it would be much better if, per the Ahsoka model, that future generations of us unfortunate enough to come back to Jambudvipa would have better preconditions than the ones we found in 2025. But see, when I say trillions of dollars, all the worldly ears pick up. Boom. Oh, what? Religion can pay. Ooh, I want to get into that. No, stop. Just like Ahsoka, we need multiple filters to filter out pathogens. And academics and a bunch of others that don't have their hearts or minds or chittas in the right place. And we can learn from Ahsoka's experiment and his execution what not to do, as well as what to do. And what is good and what isn't, and why. And to ponder those things deeply. But no, the worldly aspect of it is not the measure of success. In fact, again, those $1 trillion that could be bad karma, because why? Yeah, the Padujas are crazy about money, aren't they? Crazy. Crazy about praise and the worldly winds. So it does require some delicacy and some right effort and right view, which is very rare. Not just in times past, but today, nearly extinct. So back to my comedy routine for a second. Look, vulgar people, what makes them vulgar? Well, they bring people down to their vulgar level and insist on doing that. It's a vulgar habit vulgar people have, and they vulgarly indulge in it. And the kalesas, do you taste that? Do you smell that? How do you think that tastes that they drink? A disdain that they have. I love that story of the Buddha when he was insulted or someone thought they insulted him. And he said, hey, if somebody offered you a dish of food and it was very ill prepared and you sent it away, would you be engaging with that food? Well, so I don't indulge in that food. But the people who prepare it, they eat it. See, that's something the Buddha knew. Pathogenas, they don't. That's what they get. Then they get angry, and then it's everyone else's fault. Or how about this? Accomplished, marvelous, beautiful, awesome people. They're so awesome. That's why they feel so terrible. They notice that they're not even in the garage floor level of total and utter dejectitude. They're some kind of stunted circus freaks by comparison. Drives them nuts. So who cares though? But they don't are important. Big baby-ish. Me, my. Caricatures of samsara. That's what we sometimes meet in samsara. It's true, but don't personalize it. Don't put a name, a birthday, a year, a place on it. Just see it for what it is, kalesas, and their expression, and the people that embody them, and the results they get. Worldwide, not just locally. Universally, also into the infinity of the bardos. What a condemnation. Somebody would do something like that. But history records them. That's what really shocks people. Out of their slumber, how important it is not to become that way, not to stay that way, to stop that way, and to turn around. That's it. You just can do it. You can. This practice is also for crippled people so that they can get well and have. They're the most crippled, strong and fit and free and clear of all different types of defilements, but also all different kinds of just really unfortunate circumstances based on causalities out of one's control in purgatory. Yo, is that this? You got the GPS now? North is north now? Oh, cool. So you turned around and you're coming back, you found the way. That feeling, if you've ever been lost in the woods, and now you can clearly map out a way out of the woods to the middle path. That kind of enthusiasm, that kind of yes, that kind of success feeling can be yours. And you can find your way out of the woods of whatever you're dealing with. It's just not made easy for you. Your variables, they're the most important variables, because me and mine and narcissism are human mammalian reflex to attach and hold on to things and not let them go. Think of your most cherished thing, that you can't let that go. That's going to make you suffer the most. And it has. People have burnt themselves to cinders holding on to these things. I saw a man the other day explode into sparks and blow away like in a tornado. These things are very pernicious and very harmful. And they are causal. They are connected in a way with greater synthesis and synchronicity, which if you reach the quantum levels of understanding, you would admit it if yourself wasn't in the way. But that is just a mirage. Your shadow. See, I see your shadow. But do you see it? Look. A skillful society consists in people that have something to offer but don't insist on being in the room. But might be there, but then you just have to put up with what's there to an extent. And that's fine as long as people don't get their feathers ruffled about words, accusations, delusions, ill willings, projections. Dear friends, that if you have not been immersed in the newest psychology, you wouldn't know that projection is terrible, and that usually people that think they know that other people are doing it are still doing it. So they've doubled down on a clever complex that keeps them, how should one put it, obnoxiously convinced that they know what they're doing when they don't. It's called the pedantic syndrome that they have, but accuse others of having a kind of bonfire of the vanities. But dear ladies and gentlemen, my very esteemed audience of venerables, have it be known that there is an opposite of bad things, and they are also realistically achievable in our time, which is to say right here, right now, and go from there. But let's leave the past behind, shall we? We are living in this dimension free of alternative realities. And you can be a part of that as a marvelous mammalian creature yourself, with no regret, no condemnation, and no misdirection. To the best of our abilities, we're fallible. That was my message. That's why they hated me. Because I told them that, and they still wouldn't believe me. See, my comedy routine. Somebody burst out laughing in a department. I'm like, ah. Fire that man. Right? That's chicken coopism. They talked about diversity of opinions, but they don't tolerate them. Their idea of a diversity is a mockery. It's grotesque compared to the real thing, which they don't tolerate. No, they drive it away. They suppress it, they flip it. They don't want it, they're not on board. Whether they know it or not, sometimes they'll deny it. Darbo. I hate that term, but I hated whataboutism until I was like, wait a second. I've met 10 people at least in my life that used that shtick, and it was wrong every time. And, oh, looks, they learned how to do that, and that's what they do. But it doesn't discredit the argument, does it? No. No, it doesn't. It discredits the person using that argument because it's a fallacy that's been established to be that. So with pure neutrality, you can establish a bunch of facts like that and just discontinue doing that. As an individual practitioner, that's the other reason they hated me with a passion, because I went to the individual. I said, you can leave groups behind and not join groups that are vulgar or misguided or anything else. You can join a karate class or you don't. The place in your area might have it, it might not. It might just be a front. This is changing forms and conditions in purgatory, is it not? Purgatorial people, places and things. See someone in the back cracked a smile. See that truth? It's invincible, and it's yours, if you will admit it. But it's not if you deny it. That's that third realm, and there are people suffering in that realm. Oh, I consider it the worst realm of all. Isn't it? But they're all terrible at the top, as they are at the bottom. Look, people at the bottom aren't good just because they're there. They can be the most delusional as the people on the top. It's really quite strange how on the extremes they're essentially the same party. Delusional. So this advice goes to fallen devas as well. It extends to the entire universe, which is why I said the human realm, although terrible, awful at times, is considered a fortunate realm despite its terrors. So if you were ever doubting your purpose or meaning in this life, take that with you. Because a yojana is a very long time, and then multiple yojanas and stories of that. That you have a long time, some of you, to reconsider. Because these universal principles extend to all beings. That is why it's considered part of the jade diamond vehicle. Like, that doesn't get that way by chance. It gets that way because it's good. So good to be priceless. So let us not get caught in personal conceits, insults, vulgarities of all kinds. I think that is a blessed way forward, a straight path to the heavenly realms. But do we not have foolish people amongst us? But it is not a blessing to be close to that, is it? Quite a damnation, in fact. But whose judgment was that? Whose fault is that? It shouldn't be on the practitioner that might produce ill will based on such infantile activities. Oh, and misguided ones as well. Like throwing a dirty diaper out a window. Some metaphor for you versus putting it neatly where it belongs and not bothering anyone with your business. And cleaning it up, putting it away, compartmentalizing it, and being so hygienic instead, just the smell, like that perfume of the noble. That is so real. It's indescribable. But it's not just physicality, it's the spiritual equivalent that is the real thing. It's the lived reality. It's like this. Now, some fools call this jhana without really knowing what that label is all about. It's just called samadhi. Let's wish all living creatures well. I think that is a principle we should maintain despite whatever setbacks and hostilities might be in the world for the stupidest of reasons. We know they're there because people are stupid. But see, they don't that's not the skillful way of putting it, because you see there's hostility. See, we have aversion to things that are bad, like electricity burning up a kitten. We don't want that to happen. Why did that happen? Oh no, who's responsible? Do you see that feeling? We can switch to this house of horrors and mirrors in samsara. It instantaneously changing forms and conditions. So it's the same psychologically. You can have a bad day, but you don't have to stay there. You can have a bad hour, a bad minute. Practitioners, they get it down to a second or seconds. What some people, it might take them a lifetime to get over it because they misperceive it. That's the point. That's the eureka moment. That's the atomic bomb of awareness. That does blow delusions away, and doesn't mean that there has to be a conflict in the world, does it? If there's not some type of opposition to good things happening to good people for good reasons in a good way. Where's the breakdown in a solution chain versus a chain of acrimony or something else that doesn't lead anywhere but in the poop chute? See, I like to bring that analogy back for vulgar people. You have to poop. Well, sometimes you develop bad feelings, but poop them somewhere where it belongs and don't spread it about because it stinks. And it is discernible, and it's not nice even if you think it is or important. Because it isn't. It's just nasty crap, and you produced it, and it's yours. No matter what you think you can cover with it, it doesn't stick. It sticks to the person who produces it and imbibes in it. That's the horror that keeps people from admitting it. because without compassion, they may have and ignorantly been engaging in it, and they cannot admit that to themselves because they're so special. They're so smart. They figured everything out for themselves. They don't need anyone else to tell them anything. They know everything, don't they? Narcissistically captured people to different degrees because we're mammalian creatures. And that can happen. Little kids are not bad. It's just sometimes they develop into bad adults because of these things. But they're corrective. You can correct them with right view and right effort and right practice. But you can be hindered in that practice through a variety of things that have been identified that you can eliminate, and then it works, and you have no acne, you look amazing, right? The equivalent of that. Spiritually, psychologically, how is that not just overwhelmingly convincing on some level? Like the value proposition of that versus being a not satisfied kind of snob that knows things better but produces crap, especially psychological crap. Versus being very content with what one has. Hey, easy come, easy go. Here today, gone tomorrow. I had this, it blew up, now I have nothing, but I'm okay. I still have both eyes. That's amazing, but I do wear protection when I can. Sometimes I forget. So far, I've been lucky, and I'm very grateful for that. I've been grateful for all of the opportunities and places I've been. I've had the privilege to have been hosted in world-renowned places, not just here, but indescribably more sophisticated, perhaps. But on the other hand, just samsaric at the end of the day. A level of appearances that might be different than other appearances, such as in the jungle or deep forest or in the mountains where I've been as well. So changing forms and conditions and microenvironments and this and that, and that's a big world out there where everybody, just like monkeys in a tree, can find some branch that they find more comfortable, and it really isn't occupied, really. The place is a big place, like the whole world, that's what I mean. See, don't ever come down to the property level. See, we have a property-minded, property-managed culture at this point, which is pretty diabolical. Puts everyone under a lot of pressure and does not present a whole lot of value. But there's a bunch of people that make a lot of money on it, so it's not considered appropriate to question it. But that's what smart people should do so that their societies might be under less pressure, but also have more directionality as far as what is the smart thing to do, not the hard, the difficult, the dissatisfying, the frustrating way of doing things. I know, see my audience right now, everybody's like, yeah, this guy, he knows what he's talking about. The silent majority, right? But yeah, the vocal minority, they're not about that. There's so many other important priorities that they put on top of that, like, I don't know, misdirection, depressing things, fruitless things, pointless things versus the opposite of that. So is that good or bad company? And why should anyone care about this or that thing that may or may not be there for causal reasons, but maybe one's overlooking it. Like if your expectations are too high, imagine if you went, see comedy routine, you went into just any venue and expected everything to be running perfectly, everybody happy, everyone well-groomed, everyone fit as a fiddle, everyone healthy, so on, well-dressed. having a happy, fulfilling life, having time to attain that kind of thing. Why not wish all living creatures well on that basis? And yet we see a lot of people don't attain it, which is why they're very angry, but they're blaming others and changing forms and conditions instead of dealing with those things. I know nobody wants to hear that in the moment I say that, but if it has to be delivered in this depersonalized way, do consider that it's you that has to take the initiative in how you see these things first, and then how it is wise and noble to act. But not too much. Maybe the action is non-action. For long periods of time, that would be patience, right? Om Mani Padme Hum. See, compassion with patience. Patiently compassionate. With yourself, right? With all ill-noble tendencies, misguided tendencies, mammalian tendencies, having compassion and patience. But not letting that animal hurt itself unnecessarily. But a certain amount of it is going to be involved. Some people, they're just screaming in pain as their bones are being reset. And just like go into a delivery station, watch a child be born. That's a tough entry into samsara, and watch someone die. That's a tough exit out of samsara. These are the transitional sides of samsara, the bardos. So who gets left here? Well, there's theories about it. I'm just repeating certain things that I heard and make sense to me, but I could be wrong in certain things as well. Like, you have to trust your own GPS, but sometimes you need to download the updates and drastically change how you're seeing things. Was it an opportunity? Was it a learning experience? Was it indeed some causal piece of a big puzzle that might also be based on past lives? Oh, that variable. See, I write out massively large mathematical equations. But see, that variable could be lost, that component, in the sheer volume of the complexity of the thing. But that, if you see that, that takes care of a lot of delusional constructions. It dissembles them by hitting the connecting points. See, it's like a pin. You knock it out, well, then the rest falls apart. If that is true, see, via logical causality, let's just use some philosophical instruments that modernity has produced. Then you apply that psychologically, and then you can break up those causalities that are held together with delusion, with string. Strings of conversations one has with oneself, wrong views, essentially. So awareness of that is the essence of right view. But it doesn't just end there, it begins there. It's the beginning of the journey of your life to the high, noble, middle path. But what expectations should I have for a society around me at any given moment in time, other than to wish them all well, and also experience via vicarious joy when they're doing well? I'm so happy for them. I see it. I feel it. I love it. It's great. Thank you for being so marvelous, those of you that truly are. And if you have more marvelous moments using this practice, every day, every mind moment, I'm so happy for you. I really am. And you should be too for other people, transforming just moment by moment into those butterflies of the soul. That are set free in the breeze. Back to the comedy routine. So vulgar people are essentially people that, just imagine they take up like a whole trash can filled with debris and they put it and dump it over their own heads. And every last piece of junk that's been collected in the world just falls piece by piece. You know, it's like old spaghetti, you know, half eaten container of yogurt, some moldy orange peels, and like the bananas that were in some tobacco juice, like a big container of it. And that trash can's sort of infinite too. So as long as you're holding that position, it just keeps falling on their heads. The, you know, common, normal, vulgar to subnormal patujana. But it really is their own fault, see? My comedy routine, boom, see how that just laughter, cancels any type of ill will, because you can use that type of strategy to cancel things out, especially if you have a really bad problem with the second realm for space dukkha reasons. Do you see how that's really what makes people laugh, kind of thing? That have good humor and aren't dullards and misguided sops. Fat minds, fat bodies kind of situation. But look, people can go on a diet, they can recover. So God bless every last one of you that has. Oh, sending you a lot of goodwill, a lot of goodwill. See, some people would send you donuts, I send you goodwill and the sort of Buddha diet. Whew, it flies through the air. And for those who have caught it, they are amazing. They defeated that Kalisa, didn't they? It's proven. It's a fact. Take a look. But fat bodies like fat brains, they're diluted. They're messed up. They're botched. Can't take that truth. Something's wrong with you. But something's wrong with your body too. So maybe there's a bridge there. Oh, see that? Boo! I had to run out of the theater real quick. There was a stampede. Look, people, sometimes jokes are helpful to see things outside of your egoically captured gas chamber. It really stinks narcissistically because you're not special and you're not particularly intelligent, most likely. Just take a look at the stars. What do you know about those? Oh, those lights. Yeah, read an astronomy book and then get back to me. You know nothing about nothing, essentially, but we have egotistical conceits that we do. Now, like I said, when you get beyond quantum, you can see these things, but we've got people that have essentially blinded themselves and screamed that nothing exists outside of their misguided delusions. that would impose that on others as if it was normal. So that's pretty counterproductive, is it not, for thinking, living mammalian creatures. So people who reject that, what's wrong with them? Well, nothing at all. Just like not overeating and not exercising enough and not engaging in enough hygiene has negative causality. So does the misdirectionality and ill will and greed and delusion, essentially. See, that hit him out. See that 3 combination? It hit him so hard it knocked out like 100 fools. That combination, boom, 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 it went down like a sack of potatoes. Another conceited boob with the ego. But they did it to themselves. They had to. If not, guess what's still in the ring? It's their own 500-pound gorilla that won't let them see things the right way because they're the dominant Kalisa in your vicinity that must tell you that today is a very bad day because this and that happened in some land far away, but in your microenvironment, it's been pristine and filled with meaningful, harmonious, healthy things, including self-introspection that might be done in ways that work for you, but might not be considered good enough to be considered a standard for thousands and potentially millions of people, understandably. So, but again, we have people that don't understand even a modicum of these things and have big opinions, like alchemists in the 15th century thought that they knew chemistry when they didn't. But who cares about the ones that got it wrong? Do you? Nobody does. They're not recorded, but they were there. Just like they are here. People think they know how to manage something. They don't, and it shows. And then what are we dealing with? Well, as above, so below. We're dealing with a metaphor for mismanagement, not a personalization of it. Coming back to big babyists for a second, every time within the vicinity, it's all about them. But why would they assume that? I think it's necessary to have some basis for some social interaction, but if you have no basis, then don't feel bad about not engaging in it. And this extends to relationships between men and women as well. Like, if it's not appropriate, it's not the right time for a relationship, you can then not be in one and still be a good person. Perhaps working towards your own cultivation first and then sharing that cultivation with other cultivated beings, but not just on the basis of materialism. But also not going the utopianistic route, which is completely murderously deluded, and was since it started. So people have some shadoic blockages about admitting that at this time, but there's fewer people buying into it, and that's the whole point. But certainly it's understandable that horribly misguided lobbies that just get paid to push a poison pill, for example, using a metaphor that happened in postmodern times, while trying to maintain some plausible deniability regarding credibility, but not delivering anything but disappointing results, essentially. So seeing that in a psychological sense, you can individualize the process and also dispense with it. Start over. You wake up in the morning, and it's a new day. And you're doing new things with new people or new thoughts and not the new people, because what basis would you have for interacting with people that you don't need to interact with at all for any reason, really. So do put together something that makes sense to you, but also good practice. That's usually a good indication. But finding people that are good practitioners in a time of just terrible savagerings of good things and cultures. How can one be cultural in such a repressive, misguided, and hateful time? Well, it depends on where you are or where your mind space is at that moment. But you see, the mind can just whirl around purgatory in all different types of configurations. It need not be true. If this is a literary exercise, why can't it be a novel? Why can't you experiment with the characters and the dialogues and the stories to make things just captivating, breathlessly captivating for one's audience of ladies and gentlemen? So here's the other thing. People that might have the affliction of ill will, if you can get over that and see it in a funny light, you really will have accomplished something. That's where the joke is found. So for comedians, listen up. This is how you do it. Like at least one method. I'm talking about creating something truly funny because it was truly annoying enough for you to notice it with full awareness that it was causing some kind of ill will. But that wasn't the right perspective, because ill will, per definition, is wrong view. So you have to reverse the causality of the logical chain to find the truth, which is, in fact, that you can look at it as amusing. Like, we do have the concept monkey mind. So there's also monkey behavior, right? Mammalian behavior, throwing objects, just scattered kinds of things, harmonious movements, you name it, changing forms and conditions. It's how things can happen, and we're all living creatures, so it's funny, right? Otherwise it would be sterile. But you have to sometimes make it funny because you might not see it from right view right off the gate or right out of the gate, because that's not normal, that's superhuman, but it's possible. Now, this is not to say you should make everything funny. There should be no compulsion to do that, because then you get caught in the happiness or funny trap. Where if you fail to do that, the tragedy of life overcomes your ability to turn it into comedy, and then you end up with a lot of melancholy. The sad clown. See its face right now in front of you, the sad clown. The white face paint, like a mime, and a conical white hat with a tear drop glistening like a diamond under my left eye. And then stunning silk kind of uniform with maybe big white puffy buttons. See, look at the different aspects of comedy. And as far as people being crazy in the monkey mind, yeah, they're throwing diapers out of the window. Or how about this, maybe having to change a baby on the side of a road if you're traveling, like somebody crossing borders does that doesn't have any permanent residence. So at railroads, travelers see all different types of things that traveling people might leave behind, including babies. And there isn't always a trash can available, okay? And the people are just living rough. And that's what it looks like. So do you want to just leave that there for an hour, 2 hours, 10 days, the whole year? Or can you get rid of it if you see it and not make a big deal out of it? And then maybe someone with a baby will never, ever come back to that place and do such a thing. But who knows? We don't know. In samsara, there's so many different things happening that are way outside of our control. But within our control is, oh, okay, here's some trash. I don't even care what it is. It could be a plastic bag that looked like that, but then thank God it wasn't that. Woo! See how we can change our point of view? And then it goes in the trash with other trash. Did you go through the trash to find out what other people threw away, or do you not care because it's not trashing your mind? It's not trashing your space, and it's space dukkha, right? a great metaphor for it. Now you have that memory, you have that insight, and now you can see it that way, and you really don't have a problem putting it in your own trash. Because if it is that, that's what it is. And it's best in the trash and not in your mind, you see. Would you put a dirty diaper or keep a dirty diaper in your mind? People do. But they don't know that it is possible to remove it and trash it every time it shows up, to trash it. That's not my story, that's not me. It doesn't matter. Okay, what? I used to live there, and then it was blown up in a airstrike. Is that my story? Why do I care? It's just, it was a bunch of stuff glued together for a while. And I don't need another bungalow. And I'm fine with that. Like, I do understand that there's purgatorial moments in purgatory. And that sometimes the changing forms and conditions can be so violently short that we have a hard time comprehending it because we prefer to have things be as stable as can be. That our dearly loved audience, for example, should live forever, of course, under the best terms because we're wishing them all well. But that doesn't always happen. We have the Bardoic transitional phases and a lot of unexpected causality associated with that. But you can see it with pure neutrality because it is. It's outside of one's own direct control. It's one of those things. So without that attachment, you see you've pulled the plug on any kind of unnecessary suffering involving those things. And that's so beneficial for the practitioner, is it not? You know, not having kind of downer wrist conditionings, browbeatings or lecturings, being free of that forever. That's, but yeah. It can require recurring maintenance, but not too much once the severance is made. In surgical kinds of ways, which are very medicinal, but somewhat counterintuitive. Like using a scalpel to slice the coil of dead snakes around your neck. So anyway, I'm working on my timing because someone wrote in, hey, you're always so monotone. And then I was listening and I thought to myself, you know, the delivery sounds sometimes a little breathless. Timing is important in comedy. You have to have masterful timing. And but that also means the ability to speed it up. Right? Make things funny. Hey, see, because if I just say it, see, some people say, when I say something, it hits them in such a flat way that they feel like they've been violently assaulted. And I was thinking to myself, wow, that was just a delivery. That was really just a delivery. My timing was off. I did not intend that to unskillfully hit them, really like a cricket bat at 100 miles an hour kind of equivalence to like a rotten squash. That's how they received it. But in any case, coming back to the point, they viewed a cultural person amongst them like they had suddenly witnessed a woolly mammoth come back from the dead. Now, see, I'm working on the timing with that. See, if I just sped it up a little bit and spaced it out, and I said it in sort of an ironic, funny way, people would laugh. But see, that flat way, like I said, people were just blown to dust particles. Their ceramic egos couldn't take it. And they dusted. But that's all about the wrong kind of connectivity to grand and noble things, especially when one is an incompetent buffoon, which is often the case in, let's say, large numbers or just random numbers can occur without meaning anything other than randomness. Pure neutrality and detachedness, isn't that a blessed thing, dear brothers and sisters? Isn't it so? You would expect me to lie to you for what reason? Again. Does it encourage you to do the right thing, to see things in the right way with compassion? That's the person who's talked about compassion, by the way. And patience, that's the person that you decided was not good enough to tell you the truth. You're out of your mind at times, but we think like that. The good thing is you can keep coming back to the practice and keep training playfully and experimentally so that we can let go of greed, ill will, and delusion. Attraction and aversion. What are you attracted to? Well, it's usually delusional. If it's someone else, some other person, you don't know that person. You think you do. You're imputing perhaps goodness to a bad person. In post-globo times, you don't know why the person is in your vicinity, and it could very well be for very harmful and ridiculously awful reasons, such as they decided to be there for lobbyist reasons that are detrimental. So, look, what a strange world. But it doesn't mean anything. Is the person sitting next to you in the bus station a lobbyist too? That just threw, who knows what, a half-eaten burger in front of themselves and then took the fries and slammed it down too, and then the Coke on top? See? Over-exaggerated. This is clown town sometimes. That absurdist module never fails. But see, it's not you, it's not yours. If you're attached to an outcome, no, that shouldn't have happened at the bus station, but you're delusional. Why did you think that? Yeah, stuff like that can happen. No big deal. You don't remember the person that did it. It was 20 years ago. How important was the person that was there in the first place? And yet, look at the value of the insight of the metaphor for an unskillful, hateful, ridiculous occurrence in Mars' kingdom. that ended up being insightful in God's way. So here's another factor. Anything that could be of annoyance, do not project it or direct it into any kind of theory. Because then you're just going the wrong way. You're, again, engaging on some level, which is just nothing but a waste of time. Being professional means being detached, which means not being outcome dependent, which means also wishing all living creatures well. So you have to change the directionality to metta practice, as they say, which is the practice of, I think, mudita. For many people, that's the beginning, because essentially, in some of the worst times in all of human history, people can, especially to themselves, condition themselves not to be compassionate enough or patient enough with themselves to put in the necessary work to reestablish mental health or vitality or things of a cultivated nature, instead of bad habits such as engaging with any kind of toxic, misguided, baneful thing in one's vicinity. So just imagine London in the 15th century, what baneful things were afoot. But ultimately, they did not prevail. And you had better times, more civilized times, and now less civilized time. But that is not the end of the matter, but changing forms and conditions and people, places, and things. There were wonderful, magical cities in ancient India that have been stamped into dust and aren't even known to have existed at all at this time, of delusional conceit that the people of this time are in any way remotely civilized, but just have some technical conveniences that led them to believe so. But again, to turn that into comedy, a comedic kind of view, without any personal engagement, it's like an artistic expression. It's a stage, as Shakespeare said. Someone who I studied for years and years and years, but the Padooge out of the Padooge room doesn't know at all, just maybe a few paragraphs of just disdainful kind of flip analysis. That's it, at best. So the disparity between knowledgeable or insightful or cultured people and the reverse of that is just enormous and essentially, in many cases, unbridgeable. And before you think for a second that would be regrettable, it's not. It's actually quite a good thing. It's an excellent thing. It's a praiseworthy thing. Someone wrote in from Scandinavia. Chills went down my spine when you mentioned the word troll. Can you say a few more words? Thank you. Yeah, Scandinavian mythology. It's so much more fun to see these creatures that we encounter in life in amusing terms, like the psychological equivalents of these things. It just helps gain distance. I like the other one are the Nagas. See, Buddhist mythology is also very rich, extremely rich, extravagantly rich. So it also has a certain subsection of fairy tales, if you want to see it in that harmless kind of, maybe slightly naive kind of way, childish kind of way. That's wonderful. That's great. Ever interact with children? Aren't they fun? Yeah, they're not hindered with nightmares, usually. But these fairy tales can prepare them for their equivalent in human form. And thank all the Scandinavians for sharing these. Hans Christian Andersen, for example, for sharing these wonderful, profound stories and situations and characters for us to look at and laugh at, and not overly engage with. But also their terrible dimensions, like the piles of bones under the troll's bridge, the rags, the stench, the attitude, the hindrance, the unexpectedness and the bad timingness of it all. Just fantastic, isn't it? So yeah, there's other creatures than the troll. And marvelous creatures as well. And we can all be marvelous in our own way, but it sometimes does take effort, right effort, does it not? Yeah, so connection with ill will or aversion of any kind. Be sure to not turn that necessarily into comedy. I mean, sometimes you get stuck in the middle. So, you see, conceit could lead you to attempting to be more skillful than one is in dealing with aversionary things. Look, a lot of things are aversionary for good reason. Like, piles of manure. Let's just take a neutral example. So, but don't put extras on top of it. That's essentially what you do when you engage with it. So you can see it dispassionately, and also manure, it does have good properties when it's managed in the proper way. Is that not so? Every farmer will tell you that. And there's nothing really ignoble or base about that knowledge. There's a lot of skill in composting, for example. Remember that composting trend? People were composting grass and leaves and then kitchen scraps. But if you add meat to it, it's not the right kind of compost. I mean, you can compost things, biological things, but you need to use a different technique. Otherwise, it can lead to contamination of the compost, which could be hazardous to plant life as well as human life, because certain type of molds could develop that attack living tissue, essentially, and therefore represent a toxic kind of flourishing. Just as with bacterial infections or chalaza-like infections of the mind. So there's only so much comedy you can get from turning that kind of bacteria with a spoon in a compost heap before you finally discern that, well, no, this should be separated out of even the compost because of these secondary attributes that were unexpected but scientifically, causally ascertained to be the case. And therefore one makes, with right view, the right effort to pre-sort different kinds of compost. And to see that in a metaphorical way again, a psychological way. That is not to say that the highly volatile organic matter is bad. It's just, like I said, a matter of treatment. If it's all grouped together in a class, a category of kilesas, and kept separately, it can very quickly break down into harmless organic matter. In fact, again, useful organic matter for healthy plants, even vegetables and things of that nature that are just so beneficial for our health and happiness and nutrients and zest for life, like a great salad where all of the ingredients are just picked fresh and grown in the right way at the right time, harvested and processed and then prepared. It's overwhelmingly positive for the human body, is it not? Some of you have developed soups and sauces and different things that you put together in such a fine composition that you essentially have a superhuman or supernormal diet, that is all. And other of you just prepare poisons and eat that, and then you feel that way. And you look that way. And you act that way. And see, someone right now is like throwing up in a trash can. After hearing that, they just couldn't keep it down. But that's good. Sometimes you have to vomit out unwholesome things. Because keeping them inside and not removing them is much more disgusting long term, is it not? So let us also thank the foolish amongst us. For without the foolish, how would the wise know what not to do and not suffer for it, but just get the insight instead, clean like that, vicariously like mudita. That is the secret of home. So here's a good one. Imagine someone driving a hideous, dumb jalopy backwards down a canyon at high speed. Would you envy such a person? Yes or no? No? Well, there, you have right view. So you can learn how not to drive by people that don't know how to drive. But yeah, don't be like them or in their car or in their vicinity, hopefully. That's the equivalence of the benefit of foolishness versus its misfortune. And just like we are all doomed to die, some are destined to die foolishly, and others are not. And those others that die foolishly, it's due to their foolishness, and that's the whole lesson, is it not? So what attachment would you have with foolishness? Foolishness, the ugly, hateful, stupid sister of virtue and good. Who wants her? You? You might think so. But you really don't see my comedy routine victorious again. Just when somebody thought I couldn't say things harshly enough, people burst out laughing at that line. I know I did almost. See, that's how you bring a lightness to this realm, which is very valuable. I think that's the reason why Central Europeans prize me the most, because they know that gallows humor like the backs of their behinds, or hands more likely, because they don't see that other side very often. So when that gallows humor hits them, they melt. Right? They lighten up for 5 minutes. And they really appreciate it, like sunshine in November, etc., and so forth. So see things that way, also foolish things, and don't ride the foolish bus because it's not really all that fun in the beginning, in the middle, and certainly not the end. I'd like to bring this story up every once in a while. People are superstitious about 7 years of bad luck should they break a mirror, but not about being bad to good people. They think that's inconsequential when we're talking about an infinity of damnation in the room. Discussed not just by me, mind you. I just relate some of these viewpoints that are so illuminating sometimes to calculate risk or cost-benefit analysis in spiritual terms. That these rocketed to the moon fools of the neo-barbaric age reconsider being superstitious about the latter and the former. If they are true, I would say they're looking at a long time in the bardos. And why wouldn't that make a person fearful? If such grievous errors and delusions can lead to such an infinitude of suffering, would it be wise to overlook such matters and be inconsiderate in matters that require a lot of consideration? Oftentimes, foolish people take reasons that they might find to be compelling to do the bad deeds that they should have abstained from, misdirecting or spreading or channeling the kaleshas through their own person. Because we know the law of causality is ironclad. But they don't. That's why ignorance is considered one of the most hideous aspects of purgatory, is that if people only knew better, they would have acted better. That's the tragedy. The tragedy of so many shattered lives. But now you know, at least, to be more mindful of these matters because, well, maybe you didn't read the entire Tripitaka like certain experts did. But you were able to distill certain basic truths that in a time of neo-barbarism might not be so apparent or served up to you on a silver platter. because it can go for centuries without being on offer. You see a busted store window with a closed sign that's half ripped, sort of like the year 2024. But that wasn't the only year like that, but maybe it was just that year that I experienced that way, not what other well-meaning, well-established, well-wishing kinds of people did. See, skill has a payoff too. Anyone here in this dimension that survived a successful surgery knows that type of light, enthusiasm, and exuberance that they feel in retrospect, looking back. And that gratitude, people can't take that away. That they were able to live those few days more to get their minds right. And that did make all the difference. Property-minded. Hey, slaves, snap out of it. Forget this idea of property ownership. It has you. It owns you. See, some people laugh at that. They sneer at that. You need to be more mindful of that and not get into that. Get out of that. It got you in a headlock. It's holding on to your ankle, trying to go. It's not letting you go. Keep going back to a box. They don't even have to put bars on the door. You just return like a little bird, a little dullard bird. What? Comfort zone. What? See, when I say chicken coopism, man, those hens, they start squawking. They don't like that term at all of a sudden. They look down, there's sitting in a big round thing of hay with a bunch of eggs. They don't like that at all. They feel like they woke up to a nightmare. But that was just because they were looking at the world upside down. They had that conceit that they weren't that. But they were that, and they don't like that. Can't see myself to be the self-important person I made myself out to be. Oh no. Who looks ridiculous? Well, I do. That's not skillful. But we have these people, tight butt, we're walking straight through life that way. By God. No looking to the left, no looking to the right, just straight ahead. Who envies the crap they own? Do you? See, I look out. There's 5 hands up at least. Not a lot, but those are the superhuman hands. Buddha hands. Awakened hands like, whoa, ding dong. The alarm rang and I did wake up and look at where I am. I don't own it. I don't own purgatory. I don't own foolish people. I don't own slaves. I don't own neighborhoods. I don't own streets. I don't own nothing. See, I don't own nothing. I own nothing. See, the grammar, the logic. Where are my linguists? Still with me. God bless you. See, I love coming back to linguistics. It's linguistics. When you get out of the dolt factory, it's not political either. It's just pure science. Wonderful. It's so fabulous. Logos. Friends. Don't just claim to get there. Get there. Catch yourself and others saying, oh my God, I can't believe this. Well, look at that sentence again. What's getting in the way? Well, it's the I part. The I part, to put itself in the way of God, is to put itself in the way of insight, is it not? Anyway, coming back to the hands, of course, if we send out love to all living creatures, they're included too. Even their wayward ways, at least a certain amount of it, but as little as possible. And the supernormal ones, they do achieve it. So God bless them. But the ones that don't, well, God damn them. That is how it goes in purgatory, don't it? And it don't matter how pretty your story is for greed, ill will, or delusion. All of them lead in bad ways. And the fruit of bad ways is bad. It's so awful that it will rot your mouth and your body and your soul and forever. So I hope no one remains ignorant of that. But as far as well-wishing goes, of course, mudita, so much mudita, because that's where the focus is. It's on the Kalyana Mitta. It's not on, and not just the people who profess to be that. A lot of really weird people seem to think that they're that just because they discovered some vocabulary. It's not about that, and it's also not about having to prove that. It's just about being that, a good friend to yourself and others. That's it. And they might have expectations. You should be doing this and that, like a little lobby group thinks that not saving the whales is in their mandate, although they collected the money. But no, that's not what being a good person is just caving into demands by people that are misguided. So yeah, I guess the middle path does apply to that as well. So let's hope that they have that too. Ladies, my most devoted fans, by the way. Like you say that people in prison get letters, they have been writing novels just describing every minute of the new reality of their noble lives into the intimatest, the most intimate details. But the rest of the rash bunch of ruffians, I know nothing of them. You can have a baker's dozen of those for no cents. But you can have those. They're free, at least in the beginning, they say so. The devil took them. The devil can have them too, can he? He can have all that think that way with Mara mind. Look at that. Oh, that word. That concept. Oh, it's devastating. I didn't say it. I just translated it. Brought it in a nice cup. It's very handy. Cup it in your little hand and then sip. Taste it. Not being in the vicinity of the foolish, that is a blessing. Can I get an amen? Look, the crowd erupts. I hear it. That amen is boisterous in parts, the best parts. Shouts of joy resound like brass horns across the desert, heard for miles. Peals of joy, resounding joy. But where they once stood is not even a smoldering pile of ash. Nothing remains. And yet, the inversion of that disdain is then the high praise for the good. and the noble amongst you. Although I do agree with the premise that one should not use overly critical words, sometimes it's good as a palate refreshing measure to just like swishing water in the mouth and then not swallowing it but spitting it out, so that no, one does not need to digest it, one just says it, and then if it does not apply to the object, then it does not apply. But one of those things that is indescribably inane is certainly any kind of monk repeating ideological balderdash that sounds nice but really isn't. You would think a monk would, with all of their intense training and meditations or conceits of having graduated, still using such false ideas, or God or Brahma forbid, propagate them, or even remotely insinuate that they have any credibility at all. And then at the same time wish to appear to be a good person. That I think even the most comfortable ones of them would have to feel that such a thing would be mixed karma at best, but perhaps much worse than that. But finally, it's only the individual practitioner, be they monk or not monk, should they deceive themselves, that ultimately is punishment enough, but does indicate punishment in future realms. So that you would think that they would be more careful, but some just seem to think that they don't need to think too much in these matters, and that's where I suppose such sloppiness manifested itself. But as people who are very comfortable to be assumed to be good don't like to think that that could be otherwise, I'm sure many of them become very inventive as far as negating such criticisms of themselves, which they are not in the habit of doing, because maybe they believe that they are not a self, when in fact perhaps they'd have the residue of it still clinging about their minds. And much like some filthy cooties might be unswept of cobwebs, that remote location led more to neglect than to insight in these misfortunate matters. But it is true that the Buddha did command them to deal with the public. It's just maybe they got shortchanged in that particular. Maybe they compromise where they shouldn't have. But then again, maybe not. Time will tell, shall it not? If the causality is foolish. will it not show itself? And although I would like to believe that they have the best intentions and the best efforts of us all, perhaps that's not always the case. But let's hope for their sake that it is. But even lay people should have just a small possibility for healthy doubting in matters that if the monk is not omniscient, may have made grievous and regrettable mistakes in certain particulars, especially in this time, which is screwy at best. And in many ways below the norm that existed 2,600 years ago. But do wish them all well, just like you would climbers, that they would be skillful and not make regrettable mistakes. Comedy routine again. So, yeah, someone was like, well, you're a comedian, you must be getting paid a lot. No, my audience not only didn't pay me, it ripped me off too. That's about how broke I am right now, I guess. Depends on how you look at it. If you're broke and you're looking to get paid, then you're looking for something. I'm looking for laughs, and I've found them. And it's the audience, not me. So you could say they ripped me off, but this is just one way of repaying with gratitude all of the funny moments that they provided me free of charge. So just imagine a golden Hallmark card or its equivalent that they've sent to me in droves in this place at this time. So who is in whose debt? I wonder. But my comedy routine just keeps going, doesn't it? See, there was an audition at a place, there's not a lot of places that they allow comedy. But this was one that got me thrown out. Like, they canceled the audition immediately. But I thought it was pretty funny, so I'll relate it here. So there's all these people out there, right? They're educated. That's how they think of themselves. But you could ask them, well, what did you do 2 weeks ago at this time? Now, you could have videotaped and recorded them, and then you could compare their story. Now, these are not, nefarious people, although they're all over the place at this time. But let's just say your normal, average, common, not so special type of person. And then some of them would be honest, be like, man, I can't tell you. I don't know. That's the honest crew. But then you'll have some Poindexters that come out. They have this elaborate story, what they were doing, but then you check the tape and it's not at all what they were doing. They forgot. Or let's say they're just lying about it. Like, they can't tell the truth because it makes them look bad, or they don't want to tell you the truth. But okay, people say, okay, that's okay. Where's the funny part in that? But and it goes further, people. Not only do they not know what they did 2 weeks ago, but they profess to know what happened 100, 200, 300 years ago. They read some books by the Flip Smurf Publishing Company and Co. And they are so convinced that actually happened that they will not only wrecked their days and lives, but everyone around them. They found a reason to be mad. They got a whole narrative they're working on. Ain't that so? See right there, boom, lights out. Okay, everyone go home. No, we're looking for fart jokes. Sorry. Buzzer. Bzzz. Do not applause. Do not applaud. Do not applaud. But essentially, that's what we're looking at. Smart, dumb people with a lot of kilesas and a lot of stories, elaborate stories. And we're talking books. Well, that wasn't just that one book they read. Whole shelf in the library. So what do you know? They know. They read all those books. All those stories about the past that are supposed to be true, but who is the mastermind that would have those powers to be able to do that when the average person is incapable of doing that? Oh, no, they're experts. Experts, yeah, they're really experts. Well, experts at telling the whole truth or just, a very, 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 very small, inconsequential or misleading version of the past, because we know the past belongs to the delusional realm, the third realm. It does. It has to. Because even my representations of a past event can cause delusionality in anyone. Even the present is filled with delusion. So what does it matter what somebody says about the past, but what they develop based on those stories, like large amounts of noxious, toxic mind chemicals in the form of ill will, misdirection, finger pointing. That has bad causality, doesn't it? For them and for the people around them. I think we can say that. We don't even need to know their story. We're just looking at how these things work and how the smartest of smartiest of smarty pants are the most deluded of all, are they not? Usually. So when looking at the past, don't make kilesas your takeaway and don't get in on politicized narratives that lead to disaster for the people that adopt them personally. And again, any and all people that have anything to do with them or are in their vicinity or problem solving in general, because they are the definition of a monkey wrench in the gears of civilization, and were deliberately forged and manufactured to be that for us at this time in the West. Now, the East is wrecked in a lot of different ways. In fact, if you want to think about how wrecked the East has always pretty much been, just keep in mind that each dynasty, like the Chinese dynasties, where there's, I guess now, the Red Dynasty, they all burnt the history and destroyed it of the dynasty that they replaced. Pretty much. So are they reliable? Well, no. You have to go to different places to try to get some type of synthesis on what actually happened there. Now, when I say actually happened, you see how we can already inject some delusionality in the game. Actually is oversimplification. But certain general things, general trends like genocidal destructions of high civilizations, that's something we could probably ascertain. But what stories they used to do that at the time, that's something that's harder to reconstruct. But we do see certain parallels of terribly misguided demographics at this time, which might point to how it happened in the past, right? Like what not to do. Conceit is a big one with academics and also people that aren't even capable of being academics but insist on being academics. I deserve, we were excluded from this game. In comes the brass band of absurdism. Boom, 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 boom. Institution is now no longer valuable. Boom, 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 boom. Guess who's arrived? Boom, 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 boom. But yeah, if you think today is just heinously misguided, just think of the poor ancient Greeks again, or the people who spoke Latin. That was the world empire, at least in the Mediterranean at the time, for thousands of years. How many people speak in Latin today? Hocus pocus? Well, there's some Latin words in English and other romanticized languages. Thank you very much, my linguistic friends. Yes, there is a certain level of ascertainability in these matters, yes. But whether or not people are going to go the way of the dodo bird at this time, that's a coin flip. If destructive trends continue. That, again, in any kind of sane society has never been considered good or legitimate, but that's the politicizing process that force people to take wrong narratives seriously in a sadist kind of complex of personalities and cult-like institutional capturings and proliferations and things of that nature. But it's not like it's impossible not to see that process happening and where it comes from. And institutional capture is a big part of that, including the defunct religious institutions, which at any time can become defunct, and it doesn't matter what religion it is. So most people will openly admit, at least honest Westerners, that Christianity has totally failed on an institutional level. It's like a foregone conclusion. But all the other religions, they were probably never good to begin with anyway, or partially good at best. So, or more destructive than good. But have some things that keep them perpetuating. But that's not necessarily a sign of goodness, is it? Whoops. Just because it spreads doesn't mean it's good. Look at all these heinously misguided ideas, the anti-modern, neo-barbarianist platform that in our time broke out like a plague of locusts that are still amongst us, hopping around on all different types of surfaces. But the conceits are through the roof, especially people that have played the institutional game. They feel like they made the best decisions they could under the circumstances, even if they were genocidal compromises, which might indicate that they will not be reborn in this human dimension, even if they have the conceit that they are religious or have even had some benefits from the religion. Like not going crazy, they feel being comfortable while that all happened, and them just making some platitudes about it. Because utopianism feels good, even though it isn't. So recently someone wrote and was like, overinflation is one thing people need to watch out about. Thank you. And this was coming from a religious practitioner that has the wrapper of being humble. But I like to indulge in comedy because it sometimes employs overinflation just to pique these people's egos so that they pop like a blackhead to the surface with their admonishments of overinflation. Because that's a projection. Why would they come to that conclusion if they weren't somehow engaged in that dilemma? No one above me. No. I have this wrapper of humility that I very carefully attend to because I'm a senior something or other in an institution that is halfway misguided and getting more misguided because of the straight man routine of the Overton window, where you have people, oh, well, we're not that radical, but we have an understanding for where they're coming from, so we do nothing. We don't recognize the ploy that they're engaged in, which is a watering down and a subversion of the thing they profess to know better in an expert kind of shtick than just normal people, because they had the time to devote to their form of charlatanism. But to point that out, well, you're overinflated, aren't you? Aren't you coming a little bit high? I've been practicing for 45 years. How could you say that? See? Now, how could I see that? Well, sometimes when I walk around, I'm mistaken for a complete boob. And I really do feel the discrepancy. Like, wow, wouldn't it be better if I was treated with a little bit more respect than I am? But then I think to myself, why do I think that way? Like, there is nothing from the past, and essentially nothing in the present that will warrant someone that is unskillful to treat you better than they do. Is that not so? And if it truly is an offense to God and all things wonderful in the universe, then what a tremendous mistake they have made for themselves. But none of it carries over to you, except in the form of being a mirror for any kind of egotistical, self-like misconceptions that one might have at any given moment in time via the third realm. Delusion. So yeah, that self-conceit. Now, who's superhuman? Well, the person that can see it in themselves and dismiss it, but can also see it in others and point it out, and in fact, maybe even provoke them to make ridiculous claims such as overinflation when they're the ones that have that problem, but are deceitful in that area, and it's crept in and they haven't caught it, right? They're living with these mice. They haven't seen them. They just have the droppings, but they brush those away because they have the conceit that they couldn't have mice because they're them. But anyone who's been in a shed in the woods for years on end, well, it can happen to anyone, can it? Is it because you're a bad person? Or just because you have bad awareness for a time that can be corrected? But might not. It might develop into a disease that being obliterated on the overinflation claim, that they would double down on some other kind of insinuation. or mockery or tut-tutting from their high totem pole. So yeah, institutional capture is nauseating, and the actors involved in it are as despicable as one can be. Certainly they would not admit that. So the deceit as well as the self-deceit is very strong in them. If you don't believe me, check out some Hieronymus Bosch paintings and try to discern that truth if you have the stomach for it. But of course, it can be over-exaggerated, just like his paintings. You can develop a cynicism that is not applicable. And to apply it indiscriminately is to make a terrible error in judgment. But as we know, automatic karma or causality, you do bad, you get bad. That's it. There's none of the inner slop that one thinks one is splattering someone else with has anything to really do with them. Because in thousands of years or thousands of lives, what will it have mattered if one did not discern the insight and left the kilesas instead? So what is a wholesome reflection? Well, reflecting on the Buddha. Bhikkhu Gautama. Very wholesome reflection, because he was indeed awakened. And to contemplate all facets of his life is so wholesome. But of course, we can deceive ourselves at times. So if you haven't activated your Hessa module at this point, then now's the time to push that button. And having said that, it's vicarious joy, that's mudita, not sympathetic joy. So I hope one shall always maintain a spirit of improvement in these matters and not let any kind of ignorance or conceit block that high noble path. Many of you may have said, my God, my God, my God, when thinking about all of the craziness in purgatory, but realize purgatory is part of God's plan. Yes, it is. So what do you do at that point? You have to default to faith and say, well, look, this is either something that causally or karmically or fatefully has been presented to me. And as far as my limited human understanding goes, which is extremely limited, although we're delusional about that, oftentimes we think we know better, that we really don't and we can't know, but whatever is happening as far as changing forms and conditions, and could it be Mara-minded and Mara-like activities that don't make a lot of sense to you. If people get wrecked or things don't turn out the way you thought they should, and this and that, coming back to Job for a second, look, it's the bigger picture. It's the bardos after this one that matter more than this one. That's the takeaway. So don't be baffled. If you catch yourself being baffled, then there you go. Come back to that. The fatalist module. Fatalism. Fatalism looks to be crazy and harsh at first glance. It isn't. It's a clean break from all of that stuff out there, and also a lot of times all of the stuff inside, such as wanting this, wanting that. Why did that dang monkey run off with that Leica camera? It could have gone after anything else, but it was just what happened, okay? So if you can find the humor in it, the distance from it, the abstraction of it, then you can sever the attachment to it. And that is essentially what is keeping the disappointment active in your mind and heart and soul. That's the principle, that's the insight. But the practice means translating that insight with directionality, with right view, right, with perspectionism, to see it that way so that you can gain closure on these things. You close the door on unnecessary stuff. So, yeah, your bike got crushed by a steamroller. That bafflement is real, but what really happened, it happened, and putting blame on top of that does not make the situation any better. But people vulgarly, commonly, subnormally do that all the time with everything. And that's really what the Buddha was shining the light on and saying, hey, we do this normally, and it can be any variable. I used the absurdist variable there because people are laughing about that. But it really did happen, so stop laughing. Still beat up about that. No. But that is how people are. Like, oh yeah, sure, I'm over it. Oh yeah, I'm really over it. And then they start getting more and more worked up. Those attachments, they're tricky. Just like that monkey with the Leica camera, snapping those pictures. Put that on a t-shirt, like a monkey with a Leica camera. Like doing a selfie, top of a tree. Yeah, a lot of our attachments, they're not trivial. We import a lot of importance to it. That's why I always look for a sense of importance, especially when disappointment is involved, because that is a tip-off. It's an odor that should instinctually tell you, look, this is a kilesa which has been strengthened with a sense of importance, essentially. So you're dealing with not a wimpy contender, but an important one. So how do you do that? Well, you might want to just run away. Drop it. Like, whoa, somebody kicked in the door. Run. Don't wrestle with that gorilla. That's another thing. They always present running away as cowardice. No, running away is smart. Cue the comedy routine again. A lot of these big, monstrous, gargoyle-like people, they're strong, but they're not fast. They can run maybe fast for a few minutes at best. Just a full-on sprint, I'm going to give them 2 minutes tops. But if you can sprint for 5, they're going to be left in the dust, and you will not have any significant injuries to speak of. Is that cowardice? That's just smart. Now, okay, there are those few cases where it's unavoidable, where confrontation must take place, but these are very few, especially if your chief strategy is to run like mad if something crazy goes down like that. That's what the deer do. The deer do not even know if you're a hunter or not. They don't care. They're just going to run away anyway. They're not looking to have a peanut off of you. They have enough in the forest that they can find without you. So they recognize you're a danger and they don't stick around. They run. Try to catch a deer. A wild one, you think it's going to be easy? You think you've got it down? You think you're a human being? You think you're important? You think you're skilled? I'd like to see you try it. But deer are dumb animals. They're not as important as human beings. They're not as good as human beings. Well, they can outrun a damn human being. Every time, I'm willing to bet, even the young ones. 6 months on or in purgatory, outrun a human, like a Olympic sprinter. So how important and fast and talented are human beings, really? If we're just talking about living creatures without egoic conceits. Give some human a gold medal for sprinting. Where's all the gold medals for the deer? They're faster than humans. No gold medals for that? We get the Special Olympics. Look, it's okay. All right, we're within the category of humans. We have these contests. Who's the fastest human? I suppose that's something that some people consider to be important. But you don't have to. It's optional. And you don't have to feel important even if you are the fastest human. It really doesn't matter. So, reflecting on what's rolling around in your mind and these dang attachments, it's very meaningful and healthy and important. See, here we go. That is important. The things that present themselves as important usually aren't important. But the practice, yeah, that is important, but it's something people think is optional. That's how misguided your normal patujana is. But we know what normalcy ends in, and it's pretty normal, and it's not pretty good, is it? So, do you deserve better? Well, maybe not, but wanting better for yourself in terms of non-attachments to things that will go away eventually, with or without gigantic amounts of suffering, it really is up to you. And the fatalism module, it's brutal on a certain sense, but it's also brutally simplistic. And you don't go into the explanation game. You don't go into the dissecting game. You don't go into the recrimination game. You don't go into the what if or why this, why that. You don't go into the academic game. You don't go into the scenario game. That button, boop, shortcut. I don't need to know. A thing called I does not need to know. And even if it knew, it might not want to accept it. How about that one? Somebody's like, I need to know. I demand to know. You tell them, and then they don't accept it. No. That's not true. That's not true. I can't accept that. So they move on to the denial again. So it's a terrible situation that people can get themselves into. You think you want to know, but then when you know, you won't accept that either. And you're left with disappointment. Yeah, that's it. So is it a disappointment on the level of a 1, like a mild disappointment, or is it like 1,000, a disappointment to the level 1,000, or maybe 10,000? Because that's the type of elevator you're getting on, but you're not pushing the buttons. That's happening on a level that isn't necessarily just conscious. We talk about subconscious, or dare I say, also the demonic levels, the autonomous levels from a psychological standpoint. That level of disappointment, you want to risk that with no practice? Huh. Playing with fire there. Playing with fire there. Oh, because see, you thought you were going to hit like the 100th floor, but you don't realize that elevator might just drop you down the shaft. You're attached to the elevator, you're in the elevator, it's going to take you where it wants to go. I hit the 100, I hit the top floor, what's going on? That's where people go with those attachments and those disappointments and those recriminations. But that fatalist module, that's like the yellow signs they put like in front of a elevator that's out of operation. Like, do not use the elevator or under repair. That's what fatalism can do for you in regards to things like that. Which helps to, again, reread the story of Job if you want to just see what type of elevator ride he took. Very instructional. You think your problem is bad? He had bigger ones. You think your attachments are rough? He could have had attachments too. He sort of did. He had normal attachments. But see, purgatory isn't about necessarily having a perfect purgatorial life. See, it's just the wrapper that we get, that we believe. But how could that be true with old age, sickness, and death in the game? How? See? You can't square that circle and remain delusional at the same time. So by expanding your metaphysics and by having, how about faith? Faith is a part of the fatalist module. Faith that karma and causality are working perfectly well. It's a well-oiled machine. Which also helps us if you see people doing bad things, being unskillful, you can see that for what it is. They will not get good things from it. Good things do not come from bad things. Well, let's say bad practice. Good things often do come from bad things. Like all the bad people set their place on fire and they burnt themselves up. Well, one day later, there's no bad people left. So, you see the goodness of that? But it was bad for bad people. They didn't want that to happen. But their reasoning was pretty bad, and their behavior too, and that led to a bad outcome for them. But not for good people that didn't act like them, didn't think like them. Because the best thing for good people is not being in the vicinity of foolish people. That principle, take that principle to the bank. Although, see, that's an expression. These banks are foolish. And this financial system is foolish too, in what it rewards and what it does not. So imagine the bad causality of that. Well, you don't have to imagine it. It's all around us. Reward the bad, punish the good, shrink the good, expand the bad. Could those principles apply to financial systems? Isn't it fascinating? Causality is a scientific principle, but these so-called scientifically minded people, denial, repackage it. Where's our public relations team? But what they do and what you do, do the good thing instead, right? Despite the appearances, despite it not paying in material terms, in purgatorial dividends. Do the good because the good has causal implications. And it expand your context. It's not just this dimension. Expand it to all of the dimensions. If you only are thinking one-dimensionally, you're captured. Multi-dimensional, you're not. Oh, I insist, you just stay one-dimensional because then my argument works. Well, what argument are you using? Like, is that the purgatorial argument? Because if so, you're deluded, friends. Was Job deluded? Job, Book of Job. Reread it.